Well, you should know where we are by now. We are back in Virtual Pool 4 online, and we're back for another evening of live stream matches. With the big one to follow, we've got 3 matches so far today. We've got one that's about to start in about 5 minutes time, 5-6 minutes time, between Super Noob, who is in the lobby, and Juggy Bob, who is also in the lobby. And they two will go head to head at 6 o'clock, and then at 7 o'clock, an hour's time, or I'm talking about British summer time. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time of day it is, welcome aboard. And then we have a match starting in an hour's time. That is the one between, who the hell is it between again? I've forgotten already. My memory's really going down the pan. Where the hell is it? Is it Zwiley and Hairpig at 7 o'clock? And then, of course, we have the big match, the big round 2 match between Albinario and Mal255. Now, Popman mentioned out earlier on that Mal mentioned on his last video on YouTube, on his channel, that he didn't fancy his chances. Well, that's a load of bull. He wouldn't be in it if he didn't fancy his chances. Welcome everybody, and looking forward to later on. Well, Steve's sending me a PM, which I'm going to tab out. Well, now you guys know he's blown the gaff. Yes, you now know Steve's going to, well, Steve's idea, not my idea, I hasten to point out. Steve is intending to join at 8 o'clock. We have done a test with Semi-Pro. Good evening, Semi-Pro. And that... we'll see what happens there. That we'll always end up talking over one another. So it's either going to be a triumph or a disaster. Oh, wrong button. Anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes. So let's just hope Mal turns up. That's the only thing I'm dreading. I noticed Interchange X was in the lobby. I told him that Mooncake had been sending messages to him and had no reply, but Interchange X has had a bit of a problem. And he's had problems with his arthritis, which nobody knows about, only him and maybe some of his friends know about, and he's made a reply to Mooncake. I don't know what the deadline is. The deadline's like tomorrow or whenever. I can't remember when, but I still haven't had a chance to look at that. I'll watch that tomorrow. Well, I've got all next week to watch it because I'm off on holiday next week. It's me. Once I finish my shift tomorrow, I'll be able to see the opening round of the World Championships next Saturday as well. And also the news is, this is for any snooker players that are interested, Alan McManus has announced his retirement. It's now official. So he's now dedicating his time now to his commentary commitments. And he doesn't think he'll be in the Pro Tour next season anyway, so he's decided to hang up his cue. He certainly found a niche in the commentary and punditry, so that's good for him. He'll always have worked there for as long as he wants, I think. Well, the break's going to be the big one, and we all know it's good, bad or ugly. You just don't know what's going to happen with the break. That's the brilliant thing about it. If you start hitting a spot and it works for you and you stick at it and you get more success than you do failure, then it's all about then taking the table, getting control of it and running the table. And both of them are capable of that. We know that. And it just could be a hair's breadth difference between winning and losing. So that's going to be the telling point, I think. But I reckon it could end up going very, very close. I think it'd be unlikely, unless the break starts really working for one person. It's unlikely that that they're going to run away with it, or one person is going to run away with it. But anyway. We're in the match. Oh, I'm in the wrong bloody room. How did I end up in this one? Right. We are going in. The intention is, if I can get in this room, I think they just finished the lag. Juggy Bob has won it. So these players, according to the ratings, are very evenly matched. Well, there you go, semi-pro. That's exactly what can happen. I mean, from one day to the next, you can't pot a bloody ball in the break, and then you can't stop potting balls in the break, and that's the great thing about the random break that we've got in Virtual Pool 4 now. There's nothing predictable, and it makes it a lot more interesting, and it puts so much more emphasis on making the most of what you do get in the break. But you need that bit of luck. It's a break and a shot. That's what matters. It's always about a break and a shot. Well, the intention, as I said, just to clarify matters, it doesn't matter what match is at what stage, unless we're talking right on a last rack decider. This match is a race to 19. This could potentially take 2.5 hours, going by the success and the failure of these guys to maybe put a succession of balls together with the greatest of respect to them. So therefore racks are going to take longer and the match will take longer. So we have this one, and then in an hour's time we have the match with Riley and whoever she's playing again, because that is going straight out my head again. And then of course we look for Albinario and Mal making an appearance in the lobby. Just prior to, well, we know Albinario, he's very unlikely to arrive half an hour before his match starts. He just usually drops in with a minute to go and he's ready to go. So we'll keep an eye out for that, but we'll stick with this and see how things are going. Now, I've got, whenever I'm running XSplit Gamecaster, I've got a little display that tells me the count of how many minutes the stream's been running. It also tells me the FPS, and it also then, I've got a GPU thing, and it tells me how much percent of the GPU or CPU it's using, not GPU, and it's flicking backward and forward between 12 and 13 with 60 FPS, 1080p. So everything's going okay at the moment. This PC's been running for, well, certainly more than 24 hours now. It's not been off, and hopefully it doesn't go off before the night's out. And Super Noob has given Juggy Bob his main chance now to get this first rack out of the way. And Juggy Bob, in his first match, he was the more consistent of the two players, and he seemed to be, in the end, the more keen to win. That was the impression I got from the match. I need to look at the bracket to remind myself who he was playing. But he was sort of struggling at the start. Let's have a look. Yeah, Vellandern. And then Juggy Bob managed to run away with it in the end. He won by 6 racks. He was the more consistent of the two. Because I could tell that he was trying, even though obviously he's nowhere near the class of the players we're going to watch later on. But I always like a trier and somebody that's at least making an effort, and his efforts made him win the match in his first match. Right, see you later, Semi. So the break was dry. Super Noob's had a go. Now, I don't think Juggy Bob can kick in behind this yellow and scratch, because I think it's too close to the rail. He can certainly brush it, but whether he can get enough of it to pot it, oh, he can plenty of room. And he may well have landed sweet on that 2-ball as well. Well, I don't know what Steve was asking me. I mean, I'm the last person to ask about what delay is on Discord. He's obviously studying it inside out. I've never seen the word delay on Discord, so I don't know what the hell that is. Now, I should give a word of warning to everybody watching, just in case. Now, last night, and I'm really tired today because it was a late night last night. We had a 4-hour tournament virtually for Friday night 9-ball. But if it happens to be that the stream dies because the PC restarts, then I will restart the stream when I get it up and running again. And it's a question of whether we have anything like that happen, or whether it goes sweet like last night. But if it does go down, then hang around. I'll get it up and running as quickly as possible. Touch wood, nothing happened last night. And provided I don't do anything crazy or something silly happens, then we should be good to go for the rest of the night. This is a tricky one. And he's going to end up hooked. Well, is he, or is there just an edge and enough to see it? And he's going to have to either kick or jump. Well, now, with the 8-ball being hit first and being over the corner pocket, Juggy Bob has given Super Noob the chance to show us whether he can run this table. I mean, it's not difficult, but it's difficult. when the control of the cue ball is a major issue for a lot of these players. But this looks fairly straightforward now that he's got reasonable on that 7. Now the obvious sensible shot with the 9 ball is that you just pot it and you don't let the cue ball run around the table. You don't do something silly like that, you just roll it in. If you try to be spectacular, you end up looking a bit of a numpty because the cue ball runs around the table and finds a hole. So that was a sensible way to do it, and we're all square. Mal255, I think. Oh, I was looking at the question above. Yes, Mal won by 2 racks. He was actually semi-pro, led for a fair wee bit of it. He was 2 racks up at one point. Although it's on Semi-Pro's channel, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Well, for any latecomers that haven't already guessed and didn't see Steve sending me the PM while the live stream was up and running, just to clarify, I never asked Steve if he wanted to do any sort of commentary. Steve approached me, and we have the intention to do co-commentary. That'll be a laugh, for the Mal Albinario match, providing it goes ahead, providing my PC doesn't blow up, and providing Discord still works. So Steve should be joining us later on. So the bank's good. Well, you played well last night, Stub. I'll give you that. A bit too much banging for my liking, but on the whole, you were pretty good. Now, well, this needs a little delicate nudge onto this 8 ball, just to push it along the rail. You've got to just hit this on an edge. You can't hit this full in the face because you just punch the 8 ball up the table like that and end up with no shot. Stub, hopefully, Cobra, I got your message, by the way. I was away. I had just got home from work, and I had left the PC running all night, and I stayed in VP4 all night, and I just came in when I got home from work to check everything was still okay, and I got your message about the match with Mr. Fox, and I was hanging around at 3 o'clock today thinking we were going to turn up, but anyway, the good news is it doesn't matter when you set the match. after tomorrow morning, because when I finish tomorrow, that is me off all next week. I don't care when you set your match, as long as I know it's on, I'll be there. So, let me just change this now that most people know. Hang on a minute. Steve will be joining us later on, so Stubb needs to be in his best behaviour. That's him warned. Well, you know what Steve mentioned to me yesterday, Stubb, when I was talking to him? He mentioned that he would like to do a joint commentary with you, Stubb. I don't think you're up for it, though. Get your mic and headset set up. Well, this is a toughie. If he just runs this plain ball, he'll be going close to that top left-hand corner pocket. I don't think he'll be going in it, though. 6 PM tomorrow. And when's the deadline again? For what round? That'll be a round 3 match, though, won't it? That's round 3. The deadline must be days away yet for that. Well, that is a cracking shot by Juggy, Bob. That is an excellent shot in the 9 ball. They are not easy. And the good thing about it is he takes his time to get himself set up. The 19th, goodness me, that's like the best part of a week away yet, isn't it? That's more than a week. Well, there's no rush, as long as it's any time during the week, whenever the twoies are happy. As long as I know, I will be there. I was going to bust into song there. Winter, spring, summer or fall, all you got to do is call. So Juggy Bob with a 2 racks to 1 lead. Has anybody seen Mooncake at any point today? He might be likely to pop up somewhere along the line. You're talking about Mr. Fox. I don't know why players don't just get proposals set up and that's it, rather than messing about and jumping in the lobby hoping to bump into somebody. You know, if you do it the proper way, then everything's it's set in stone, and then there's no messing about. And then you turn up when you're expected to turn up and get the job done. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Well, there's never a truer statement said there, Stubb. I was thinking of another way of doing this. I mean, the one thing about doing dual commentary is that I mean, the best way to do it is to have the two people in the room watching it rather than somebody watching on the stream to try and do it, because there's a delay. So you obviously have the two people in the room, and then the two people are on Discord or TeamSpeak. I do know that it works. You do hear the audio because I've tested it twice now. I tested it with Popman during a stream, and I tested it with Semi-Pro last night. And the audio is set up right, so that will work. The problem is talking over one another, because obviously you don't have any way of nudging your fellow commentator to shut up that you know that you're going to speak next. So there's one way of doing it where it would alleviate that problem more often than not, and that would be that, you know, one person does one rack and one does the next one. But there's bound to be occasions where you end up talking over one another. Me and Mal did it, and that's what happens. It can't be helped. But it'll be as I said, it'll be a triumph or a disaster. So Juggy Bob getting himself set, and once again you play those stuns, they go offline, they hit that jaw with that pace, they don't go in. And this is a tough one as well, and that's not bad to manage to get the cue ball to there. So we're now all square, 2 racks all, and 19 is a long way away at this pace. We've been playing 20 minutes and we've just played 4 racks. So another dry one. Might be just a sliver of an edge of that one ball, but it's far easier to kick it. But you've got to kick it fairly firm to try and get it off the left side rail and back down onto this bottom rail near the 9. If you get it right. Let's have a quick look. It needs to brush, and that'll do. That is not a bad result. In fact, that's pretty good. That's reasonably safe. I say reasonably safe, but he's went for a pop at it for the combo. And this one, although it's at distance, has a reasonable enough angle on it to get the cue ball over to the right for that 2 ball. Well, there's things I like about the way this player's playing. You know, he might be a bit slower than most, but he's doing his best to set himself up to play the shot, and that's a sensible way to do it. Give yourself every chance to make the pot. Okay, at the level that these guys are playing at, then they're probably more likely to make mistakes, but you're less likely if you set yourself properly. And this is what caught my eye in his first match against whoever it was he was playing, Vellender, where he was more. There was more effort put in and more work and thought put in, and that's why he won. It's as simple as that. You work hard enough, you'll eventually get results, or you're giving yourself a better chance to get a result by doing it. And then the longer you play the game, the more experienced you become with the game, the better you improve. This is going to be a little test of the control. Bit too straight in this 5 ball. He's left himself the long pot. I don't think the line off that is going to hit the 8. I think he's going to miss the 8. Just needs to make sure he comes up the table far enough. He can't chicken out and leave himself way too square on this 7. And that will do. Now, let's see what he's got here. Well, this is one where you just want to dig into it slightly and use the spin off the side rail to come over to this opposite side and make sure you miss that middle pocket. Now he's lining up. And he's going to then have to jack up slightly and get that little punch into the cue ball. Now that little spin, he's actually overdone it slightly and he's going to scratch. But he had the right idea. It was just the pace that done him. You always want to get the pace where you're coming to about here, just past the middle pockets to leave that cut. And that's the only way it really goes wrong, is just you overdo it with the pace. So Super Noob was gifted the rack there after all that hard work. But from what we're seeing already in the long run in this race to 19, you would reckon that Juggy Bob, if he sticks to the regime, the way he's going about it, he will have more success than failure. And straight away, he's going to have a chance to prove that. Again, these balls are perfect. They're all over the shop. The only... Well, where would the issue be? We've got a 1 here that he's looking to take a 1-9 combo. If he'd potted the 1, he'd be up for the 2 into the top left. 4's in the side rail. So he's putting all his eggs in one basket here with this one. Now, I think he needs to move. See, the problem is he's trying to work around the 7 ball to get the line. The line is actually over the 7 ball, which is a hindrance. But he's got it. Fair play, and that's a quick way to win them. He's back all square. But yeah, it's another dry one. And certainly the balls aren't flying in the break in this match so far. We've not seen an awful lot of evidence of that. Super Noob, well, as Cobra said, he is having a bit of a bang. Which obviously is never going to be the best way to progress in a rack. And this is why Juggy Bob doesn't want to get involved with any of this business. You stick to your game. Don't ever get dragged into a shooting match. Just keep the pace. Play the way you play. And if Super Noob gets even more frustrated, then it will work in Juggy Bob's favour. Just playing straight into his hands. Well, a double kiss. is one way of keeping it safe. This has to be really thin. This is a cigarette paper's width, and that little half nudge off the two will make it nice and awkward at that distance. So the one ball now is on, and now with this shot here, it could be aggressive to get over to where the 6 ball is, in between that gap. The chances are he's going to actually run over dangerously towards the 9 ball. Depends how much he can get into this. He's missed the pot and he's now scratched off the 3. So now Super Noob has ball in hand. Now let's see how he gears up to try and run a table. That's got him onto the 2, no problem. Shouldn't be any problem for the 3 and 4. Now the pace that he's hitting these, you're just waiting on a disaster happening. He looks as if he's maybe going to get the job done here in this rack. So, Super Noob does the business. Gets back into the lead. This time a ball on the break, and look at where the 9 is. Well, that's going to be moving fairly quickly. He might try drawing onto it here off this 1 ball. That's what he's looking at. Oh, he's not had enough juice in it at all. That needed a lot more. And well, Juggy Bob might jack up here and try to do something similar, and drag that cue ball just to the side rail where it comes off the rail and cuts the 9 in. I don't know whether he can get into the cue ball enough, because he's pretty close to that top rail. I don't think he can. It looks as if he's jacked up to try and do it, and he's miscued. So it's now going to be ball in hand for the 1-9 combo for Super Noob, and all of a sudden we may well be having a 2-rack gap here, and Juggy Bob has work to do. So that's a mistake you never want to do, is miscue when a 9 ball's hanging over a pocket. Eight ball goes in, 4 ball goes in. Bit of a cut in the 1 ball. Well, if Juggy Bob gets a look at this table, he's going to be fully focused to try and get at least one of these racks back rather quickly. And the 2 balls hanging, but it's now covered. There is a very thin edge of that. I think he can get it to drop it in. He can just get it to drop it in. It's near enough the pocket where it will drop in. Although the difficulty that I've got is it depends what colour of cloth. You're probably on green. But on this blue cloth, looking at the edge of that too, he's just caught it. Well, he threw that one away by giving ball in hand, but the previous rack he never threw it away. Super Noob ran it out. Nothing he could do with that one when Super Noob took the lead, but that last one there, that was a gift with a miscue. That just needed a wee bit more weight to come along square on that 5 ball. Now he's trying to tuck up behind the 9 here, I think. Or is he lining up the bank? He's only going to get one go at it if he does, because the 9's blocking the path of the 5 to come back down the table. He's having a good look. I think he's not quite made his mind up what he's trying here. Well, the danger is if he's trying to cut it to the corner to play safe. Well, that's a better idea. Now, Super Noob may well be enticed into having a go at the bank, but he's going to have to. Well, he went for a kick there, and look at where the 9 balls ended up. Well, Juggy Bob, let's see what he can do here. Well, you can dig in it and draw. Even if you draw to here, if you draw from there to here and hit the 9, it's on that point, so it may well stay up. So he's got to be careful if he tries that. He's maybe just lining up the pot and trying to run out here, but this isn't easy as a starter. And of course now look what happens. The 5 ball goes back down in line with the 9, and it's another gift for Super Noob. And there was so much pressure on Juggy Bob to get that 5. He should have played the draw. There would have been no harm done in trying to drag that cue ball onto the 9. Rather than taking on. There's a 9 hanging over the pocket again. And Super Noob's got a ball in the break. Well, this is going to tell us what Super Noob's made of, because there's no ball adjacent to that 9 to pot it, so he's going to have to try and run the table. Unless he can get good in this 4, he's going to go inside the 4 on the low side, or the top side as we say. So now he might try a draw into the 5. He could try the bank. He could try the draw. Well, he's gone for the combo, and he's potted everything that the cue ball went near. And it's now a 7-3 lead. And suddenly things have gone pear-shaped for Juggy Bob. Everything was looking reasonably good there for those first 4 or 5 racks. And now he's found he's going to have to do hard work. Well, I don't know whether Super Noob lined himself up with that one. He certainly never took any time on it and completely missed the object ball. So those 3 fairly quick 9 balls have opened up a fair gap here. And now the pressure is on Juggy Bob not to make these mistakes and to keep it tight. And above all, make the most of the chances he's going to get. Because he'll get plenty of chances, no doubt about that. I just wonder what kind of state I'm going to be in at 8 o'clock once this match comes around, because right now I could fall asleep. I think what I need to do is to go and get a coffee. That's what we'll do nearer the time. I'll go and get a coffee, get that caffeine kick. Now Juggy Bob's working hard. But it's going to have to be another good shot once he pots this 4 to get the 5 and get out and good on this 6. And again, playing the stunt, playing it offline, and we know the end result. You've got to be accurate. And these sort of mistakes are going to end up being punished more and more, and Juggy Bob's going to go further and further behind. And no sooner have I said that, Juggy Bob's going to get another go at it. Oh dear, is that a good sign or a bad sign, Cobra? You're not going to end up behaving like Stubb once you've had 2 or 3 of them in you. We're not going to have to get one of the moderators to mute you, are we? Oh, if this slows down, it's going a bit too fast. Everything about that was good apart from the pace. And now the reverse bank is a good shot. You don't get it first time, you'll get it in the second cross. Got to watch the cue ball though, that you don't forget about it, because that could easily scratch. Oh, you've got to hit it, Bob. You've got to give it the opportunity. That was going in, he just did not hit it. You've got to give it the pace to go twice. And he's going to give this one away as well. And it's now turning into a bit of a nightmare for Bob, these last half a dozen racks. Things are beginning to come well off the rails here. It was all looking reasonably good. Looked as if he was settling in, and he's found a way to fall out the game here. Well, that used all of the pocket. And it's now 8 racks to 3. And straight away, there's an issue with the 2 ball. It's not really going anywhere fast, but again, Bob can get a half decent safety after this 1 ball. He can certainly put his opponent in trouble, which is what he should be looking to do. Well, the only saving grace here is the fact the 5 ball is the blocker. Super Noob's going to have a swipe at this for the cut, and he's got it. And he may well have a pop at the bank here as well for the 2. You've got to be quick off the mark before Super Noob hits his shots. Well, that one didn't really have much of an idea what was happening with it. But look at where it's ended up. That's the most annoying thing about it. He's had a bang at the 2 with no real idea what he was doing. He's ended up putting Bob in more trouble here. Cobra, 3:02. Alright, I got you now. I thought you were telling the time there. This is going to just hold the line and stay up, I think. Or maybe not. How is he behind that knuckle? Let's do a quick shifty. He can just get there. He can't do much with the cue ball though. He's having to jack up. And he's got too much juice in it. Well, this has to be near the middle pocket to give Bob a chance here. And this is a strong opportunity to get one back. Well, I'm just inclined to play this with a bit of inside left just to check it off the rail, stop it running away. But, see, I think if he checked it a bit more, he might have been lower. And it would have meant it was easier to hold for the 8. Now he's got himself in trouble. And now let's see, he might want to try drawing right into this, see if he can nudge the 8. And that's just gone wrong. And that's how easy it is to just get yourself out of shape. There was nothing difficult about running the table until he got awkward, where the cue ball was running off the rail and out. You just check it up to kill that angle, to stop it running away from you. And that's where he lost it. Those little subtle things that you can do to rescue a situation, to stop that cue ball squirting away the wrong way. And just squirting away too far, and that's where Bob failed there, and that's where Super Noob's going to pounce. And this is why there's a different level in the game between these players and the top end, because there's just that wee lack, the little bit of lack in the control there, or the lack in actually preventing a situation from arising from that shot that he played. He could easily have taken care of that to stop that happening, and he didn't. And he's now climbing a mountain. It's now 9-3 to Super Noob, and things are just going wrong now for Bob. A good opportunity there to run that table, to get one back, and it's now gone further away from him. But you just have to stick at it. You don't get demoralised. It's a long way to get to 19. And he'll be stuck back in after that one, I think. Yeah. Super Noob not interested. And now Bob's put himself in trouble. Again, you've got to think about the push-outs. You can't push out to a snooker because you're simply going to be put back in. And you're leaving yourself wide open to all sorts of scenarios here. We could end up with a 3-foul situation. I'll tell you something, if he ends up with 3 fouls from this, he's going to look a bit like a numpty, having played a poor push-out, or a poor choice of push-out. Yeah, this could be bad news for him. I'll be honest, I haven't the foggiest idea what Super Noob's thinking here. I've not got a clue, but obviously 3 fouls is what I'd be going for. And, well, the one eventually went in. That's going to scratch. And this is a problem for Bob. Now Bob has the same option. He's got a very good chance of getting 3 fouls here. He's not got a good chance of running the table, because look where the 3 is. And this is where you've got to weigh up this situation. You're going to find it difficult to get on the 3, but you've got ball in hand to put Super Noob in trouble. And this is the tactic he should be doing here. He's got lots of cover to find that cue ball a safe hiding place rather than trying for the run out. But he might try to get up the top end so he can play a better safety off the 3. At least that's what I'm thinking he's doing. That 3 might well pass the 7 into this corner. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it does go. But he's trying to get cover and he hasn't managed it. He might have been better trying to run off the 2 to get up the table. That would have been maybe a better plan. To make an easier way of getting it safe. Super Noob gets the kick. And again gets it pretty safe. It's not an easy position. So we're 10 minutes away from Swiley's match, which is against Hairpig at the top of the hour. And we are then, oh well, there we go. Interchange X and Mooncake are set for 8 o'clock as well. So we're going to have 3 matches running at the same time. So that's been agreed. And then, of course, if we go up top, we have the big one, the round 2 match between Albinario and Mal at 8 PM. So that is an hour and 10 minutes away for that match. Meanwhile, a ball has gone in, and it's a 9 ball for Super Noob. It's now 10-3, and Bob has, well, much too much work to do to get back into this now. It is a long, long road ahead for him. But the break for Super Noob was dry, so again, Bob chose the push out. Now he has to get this a little bit more sensible as far as the push out's concerned. And that is not too bad. That it leaves the 1 exposed, but there's no pot on. But Super Noob's quite prepared to have a bang and a hope. Well, let's have another look. Let's look ahead in this match, because if I look down at the bracket, now we see that that Super Noob, let's assume Super Noob wins this and plays the way he plays. He's going to end up playing either One Pocket Slim or Shooter's Pool Pro. And I'm quite certain that, well, certainly Slim will. Shooter's Pool Pro as well will pick Super Noob apart when he's playing, you know, these power shots and banging balls. He's going to get picked apart doing that. He can get away with it in a match like this against an opponent of a similar level, but once you start heading through that bracket, you will eventually get found out. Well, that's a good pot in the 2. How much of this 3 can he see? Well, he can see enough of it. And he's going to hit that 4. Again, is he going to miss it and kick it from behind? Or is he going to brush it? He's brushed it. And now the problems start. Big cut in the 4. Now you maybe want to put a wee bit of inside right on this to try and nudge that 5 and get lucky. I don't know whether he could do enough of that, but he's going to be just running up the table and going in no particular direction to get anywhere near good on that 5. So again, he's done the sensible thing. He's played the safety. And this is also a chance, although it's a chance for Bob in the 4. If he takes the direction, let's have a look and see how this goes. If he does go up this side of the table, he doesn't want to head in near this 8 and 9. He wants to try and find that gap. That's the line. Again, he's not hit it. He's not hit it enough. So he's just looking to push through and lock it up in the 6. That's a shot to play. Oh no, he's not going to get to rail again. Again, this is where he's getting caught out with these little touch shots. And you've got to be confident to play those. You've got to have every faith in your mouse and the control of your mouse that you can play those shots. And he's done a pot, man. And it's a free go for Super Noob, and I think Juggy Bob's feeling the pressure big time, and things are just coming apart at the seams here for him. Well, that's ended up pretty nice. Right, so now it's 11-3, and well, I mean, basically when it was like 3-2 or whatever the score was, Juggy Bob's just falling out this game big time. It's just like the floor's parted and he's fallen through it. I think, yeah, he's hooked. Well, he's hooked in a 1, so again, playing a push out. Now, again, this is dangerous. To me, the danger is pushing to that top end, because you're leaving yourself well exposed to get locked up here. But Super Noob doesn't have that in mind when he's played that shot, and look what's happened there. The 1's eventually dropped into the corner pocket. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to put the kettle on and get a coffee to try and keep my eyes open for hopefully this big match, which hopefully, I say hopefully, will go ahead. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, I'm back, folks. I've got my coffee, and welcome to anybody who's arrived wondering what's going on. So, it's now 11:03 for Super Noob, and Bob's going to have to dig deep. So once again, if you're a latecomer, we have this match. We've now got how many matches now? We've got the one. There's one that should have just started. I don't know whether it has or it hasn't. We'll have a quick look. We've got this one we're watching at the moment. There's one that has just started between Riley and Hairpig. We've now got two matches at 8 o'clock tonight, so that's in 55 minutes time. Interchange X and Mooncake have both agreed to go ahead at 8 o'clock British summer time, but the other match, the main one that we're waiting on, is the one up here, if I can find it, which is the one between Albinario and Mal, and that's also due to go at 8 o'clock. And I'm also waiting on Steve Chaplin joining me for that match. He's offered to do a dual commentary out of the blue yesterday, and so we await on Steve's arrival. He's going to be joining me on Discord about 1/2 the hour, or round about then. We'll see what happens. Might be a bit later. And then, of course, we then await the arrival of the two protagonists, Mal and Albinario. And the fingers are crossed that Mal's going to show. Albinario, more than likely, is going to drop in at the last minute. And I'll have a quick drink of coffee. Super Noob edges ever closer. The lead is now 8 racks. The break, I think, is dry. Well, there's some nice little hiding places down this bottom left hand side of the table. The other main thing about this is that the 2 and the 3 ball are both blocked, obviously, for this bottom corner. I might try the billiard down onto the 7. I don't know whether there's enough. I think the danger is a double kiss here to try that. I think it's too close to the rail. Well, he's certainly got cover into the top right hand corner. 6 ball blocks that path. As to what Super Noob's going to try, again I have no idea. He's trying to bank it up and down, and in it goes. Well played. Going to need the combo this time though. Good evening, Bedhead. I've just muted my mic because I'm having a coffee and having a little nibble. Well, that was a bit of a disaster in that 9 ball. Yeah, he certainly knows it exists, and he found his way into my commentary booth yesterday when I was speaking to him. So the story of this match is it's completely ran away from Juggy Bob. Yes, it's a private server. It's one I set up myself a while ago, and it's got two 2 spots for 2 people and no more. It's not in the VP4 lobby. And the reason for that is just to stop gate crashers walking in. Well, that might be a good suggestion because, well, that match, the Sylvia match with Hairpig is in its early stages. This one's coming to an end, and it's not looking like a good end for Juggy Bob. Let's have a little jump across at the request of Cobra. See if we can find it again. Where is it? Down the bottom, isn't it? Oh, just joining us here. Pig has a 9-ball to take the lead. Again, on paper, they look fairly evenly matched. Well, if you've known Sylvia as long as a few of us have, then you would know that that's her main name that she had in Virtual Pool 3 for all the years that Virtual Pool 3 existed on GameSpy. And so only a certain few people would know that. And now I've got Discord up on my second monitor, and I'm going to have to tab out at some point just to make sure everything's okay. Maybe I'll tab out for a minute or two, and then obviously you'll get the be right back screen, but we will be right back. That was a double kiss there off that 3. Now, is that just enough, I think, to pot that 3-ball? I think it is. That's a good setup there. The only obvious problem in this table is the 6 and 9. 6 isn't going anywhere fast. And the other biggest problem is, how's Hairpig going to finish in this 5? He's trying to get as straight as he can to pot it. I don't know whether he had the idea of trying to draw into the 6 and 9, but he may well try and get down here and into the table to play a bank. Well, he's digging in, so he's looking to leave the combo. He's going to have to make that because there's nothing set there. So again, it's getting the line right. It's hitting that 6 so that it goes that way to make that angle to get the 9 in. So you've got to study the line that you want the 6 to take, and then everything else in the laws of physics should take shape if you get it right. And that was well played. So, Hairpig It's early in this match, but he's got that 2-rack gap and got control of the table. Ball in the break, 4 ball has gone, shot in the 1. Now he's got 2 choices here, but the first choice is get good on the 2 ball, then you can get the break out on the 6. The first choice is not to run into them now, even though he's got a good angle in the 1. He doesn't want to be running into them now because that's a big risk to take that you're going to get lucky and be on the 2. The shot to play is to try and check the cue ball and get the cue ball to come this way so you can play the cut, and then you're going to cause things to move. Okay, it's a high angle, but he's certainly going to move things. And that's a good shot. That was the right way to play it. Played it well. Well, the good thing is Stubbs gone quiet, so he's obviously got bored and left. He may well raise his ugly head nearer the time, but he's only been in for a couple of sentences and then he's disappeared. And he's probably went back into his cage. Well, Hairpig is looking good at the moment to open up the gap. Now, what I worry about is whether Wiley's up for the fight, because I see far too many forfeits coming from her in different matches and tournaments. I don't know why. I don't see the tradition of quitting a game when somebody's on the 8 or the 9 ball or whatever. It's maybe a habit they have in the States, but now that she's going behind and going to be falling 3 behind, is this match going to go all the way? This needs a little brush. Yeah, well, I think he's still got enough there to get the cut. He's got to be careful with the cue ball. He doesn't get too much into it. Send it over in that middle pocket. That's fine, well away from that danger. And it's now 4-1. So again, it's the same scenario as you have in every match. Once you go behind, it's whether you panic and start taking silly risks, or whether you bide your time, because you'll eventually get that chance. And breaking from the middle is getting success for Hairpig. Now a couple of balls in the break there. What's gone? The 4 and the 7. No real shot in the 1. But a chance to tuck that cue ball in behind the 6 here. Very good chance of that. Oh, that's a beauty. Oh, and that is unlucky. That's the worst thing that can happen. Everything about that shot was great until it ran into the 7, the 8. And now Hairpig is locked out. And Swiley should be ready to pounce. Welcome back to Semi-Pro. And no doubt we'll see a result coming up fairly soon from that other match. We'll have once we see this shot here, we'll have a little tab out and see what the score is. Oh, that's a good hit. Look at the one ball. Oh dear. Well, that did everything but fall in the pocket. But now it's even more difficult as well for Swiley to get the control in this cue ball. To get on the two. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, there we go. That's how things start going pear-shaped for you. Scratch the middle pocket. Right. Get this thing to work. Well, Juggy Bob's got 2 racks back. It's 14-5 now. Meanwhile, Swiley's given ball in hand to Hairpig. Stubb was around. Yeah, I gave him his dues when he came in. He played very solidly last night all the way through. Well, this is now a tasty little cut, but a controlled cut holds the cue ball up the top end of the table. It's a sort of draggy shot more than anything else, just to kill the pace of it. And then the more you look at that angle, the more difficult it looks. Well, he didn't have to do anything. Well controlled. What about one of those ultra widescreen monitors? Well, there's a mistake. And like I say, Swiley should be left ready to pounce. I watched that video on Squirrel's channel. Squirrel as in the little animal that eats nuts. And he's a game streamer and he does reviews and stuff as well. And he got sent like a big ultra widescreen curved monitor, probably $2.5 worth or more, and he did a review on it about a year ago. And that's a cracking looking monitor. Yeah, I could do with something that's got a better refresh rate, because my refresh rate is a TV refresh rate effectively, because it's not, strictly speaking, this isn't a monitor. It's a Samsung, and it was sold as a monitor with a TV tuner in it, but it's essentially a television because it's 1920 by 1200. It's not a standard widescreen monitor. But I've got the actual desktop resized on my computer to 1920 by 1080, so I have black bars at the top and bottom of my screen all the time I'm on the PC. But I do that mainly for streaming though, so that the aspect ratio is the same as what you're seeing on my screen, and there's nothing distorted or out of shape or black lines down the side of the screen when you're in the wrong resolution. Well, seemingly these Asus Republic of Gamer monitors are high end. It's an ROG rig that I've got. The PC itself. Well, Swiley won't have a better chance than this to rescue the situation and get one back. And it goes. So we are getting ever closer to the big match. There's also an extra match now tonight for those who don't know. Mooncake was mentioning on the stream that he was having difficulty getting response from Interchange X. Interchange X joined the lobby earlier on tonight, or this afternoon, late on, whenever it was. Excuse me. And I mentioned to him in the chat that he hadn't, that Mooncake hadn't been getting any responses from him, but he said, Interchange X said he had given him a response today. He's had problems with his arthritis during the week, so he's been suffering a bit. And the match will go ahead, again, provided everybody turns up at 8 o'clock tonight. So it clashes with the Mal Albinario match. And again, we'll just tab out and have an eye on the score on the bracket. And the one has gone in. 2 down the rail. Which Hairpig's going to have to force this a bit, unless he wants to try and kill it and hold it for the 4 into that corner. I think the angle's take the cue ball away though. Right, that's me now finished my coffee, so no more slurping noises if you've been picking any of them up. Oh, did you not like it? No? What was it? Was it sort of messing with your head, the actual curved screen? Or was it messing with reading angles? Was that maybe the problem? Well, this is going to be thin. You're talking about Alf Carnett again, Mark. That's what Alf used to do. Oh, where's this cue ball going? It's going to get there. And it's ball in hand. So again, immediate opportunity gifted to Swiley to get right back into the match early on here. Well, again, the news, if anybody hasn't heard, that Alan McManus has now hung up his cue. He's now dedicating his time to his commentary commitments. And, well, again, one of the older players struggling to really hold his position on the tour. And he said he was having... he was struggling to deal with the commentary commitments and playing in tournaments at the same time. Well, you'll find out in a minute what the secret's out the bag. Steve should be joining the stream just prior to the Albinario Mal match for a bit of co-commentary, which will either work or it won't work. We'll end up trying not to talk over one another. That's the perils of doing it. But everything's been tested. It should work. Fingers crossed, touch wood. He seemed keen to do this. It wasn't my idea. This all came out of the blue. I wasn't messaging him, begging him, doing this and that. He just had the notion to do it. So he's more than welcome. So Swiley's let that one escape. Hairpig stretches the lead again. And as I mentioned earlier, at some point I'm going to have to tab out and you will have the be right back screen, but don't go away. I will be right back. It might be a minute or two. That was just borderline that was going to catch the jaw, that one ball, to get dragged into the pocket there. Oh, I mean, that's probably the best thing to advise you guys. This isn't meant to be a question and answer session, by the way. It's something that Steve's chosen to do. So, but it's not a grill Steve at every opportunity. Just bear that in mind. I've already grilled him anyway for you when I got a hold of him yesterday, or when he got a hold of me yesterday. I gave him a good grilling on Discord, I can assure you. But the main thing that is being worked on, and that's not a secret because it was blurted out in the lobby yesterday, he's working on the leagues, which have been there since day one. I was having a good rant at him about Shooters Pool and about what they're doing. And I said, well, you know, they do things like you can set your own tournaments and stuff. And Steve says, well, now Steve's reply to me was, well, I'm the only one talking about setting your own tournaments. There's none of the guys in the lobby mentioning it. And it is important that people give feedback to him. And I told him about how well Shooters Pool was doing. You know, they're getting 100 odd in their lobby and all of that stuff. So he's aware of that. But you know, so I did the ranting for you yesterday, so he doesn't need a lot of ranting tonight. We're here to watch a good match, and hopefully it works out okay. The worst and most embarrassing thing that's going to happen is that for some reason either Mal or Albi can't turn up, and that's still a possibility, such as the way things are nowadays. And you know, they've got 3 seasons up and running on Shooters Pool. I told Steve that as well. They've got like a snooker season, a 9-ball season, and I don't know whether it's a carom season or something like that. But they've got a tour, you know, like a tour running. And I'm giving up the Masters tonight as well. I should be watching the Masters golf. I'm giving up that to watch these matches. So I'm just keeping an eye on Discord. But anyway, back to this match, and Smiley still trying to find her way in it. What she needs is getting control of that ball and getting a ball and a shot. It's the greatest cure for everything in 9-ball. Just getting a wee run. Well, we know not to expect Albinario any sooner than 1 minute to 8 o'clock, so that's what he's done on a regular basis, and there's no particular reason he's going to change that. He will drop in dead on time. Whereas Wiley hasn't got the weight in it at all. She tried to baby that 4 ball in to stay on the 5. Had she hit it with enough power, she would have been running into that 7 ball probably, and it may well have scuppered her chances with a pot in the 5, but at least she'd have still been at the table. And now she's giving it away to Hairpig again. And that's going to run directly behind the 5, which is a good outcome, not planned. Well, you know what my answer to that is, Cobra. Shit hot every day, but shit hot in the night is what matters. It can be shit hot every day in a challenge room or a match room, but it's got to be when the question is being asked. And he will get asked a few questions, no doubt about that. It's a question of whether he can ask more of Mal than Mal of him. What's Miasma on about? What's Miasma saying? My bad. Have I missed something in the chat? You're allowed to word. Again, that went to the rail a wee bit too soon, but it's still got in. So it's now a 5-rack lead, and we are 20 minutes away from the main event of the. You know what we need? We need what's his name, the boxing announcer again. Michael Buffer. That's who we need. I've got the hiccups again. Why is there so many people in this room? Why aren't they watching the stream? Larry's in the bloody room. You know what you should do, Miasma? Now that the cat's out the bag, get a blue message going, and get them to join the stream. And well, you might as well tell them Steve's coming on if everything goes according to plan. That'd be a good idea. That maybe draw the viewers in. I'm just hoping I can stay awake for any appreciable amount of time. Right, now, if you just hold the line, guys, I'll be back in a second. Well, I've just, hang on a minute. I've just muted my mic in Discord. Steve is on Discord, but he's muted, so he's obviously busy. He's waiting till nearer the time. But he's not been muted any other way. I'm just trying to keep an eye on it. Hang on a minute.
Airpig looks just like Corey Deuel.
Okay, guys. Let me know that you're hearing everything okay. We've got the main man in the house. Mr. Steve Chaplin has kindly donated his time to join us for hopefully what's going to be a good match, which is only 15 minutes away. So good evening or good afternoon to Steve, and welcome.
Thank you, Hugh. Glad to be here. I've watched quite a few of your streams, enjoyed them, so hopefully I can contribute something and make this experience enjoyable for everybody.
Now, how's that audio sounding, guys? It's up to you to let us know. If you want, I can up it a bit more. Yeah, he does look a bit like Corey Joe. In fact, are you sure it's not just a picture of Corey Joe from an awkward angle?
It is.
Yeah,
that's definitely Corey Deuel.
That's what I was thinking.
Hey, Popman. Good evening to you too. Actually, afternoon for me.
You think the volume's a bit low on Steve's side? Well, Steve can up his volume a bit, and I can up him as well. So, if you want a bit more, I'll just tab out and pop it up a bit.
Yeah, I can up mine. So
right.
Figure out how to do it again, of course.
Just give us a sec, guys. Right, guys, we're back again. Oh, just back.
Good.
Yeah, back at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we refer to as dogging it. There's no way you should miss that.
Yeah, there's too much of that going on by quite a lot of the players in the tournament.
Yeah, well, these tables play sort of. They play sort of like a combination between a gold crown and a diamond, but like a diamond, the way you hit that, where it hit the end rail first, they'll tend to rattle in the pockets if you do that. If you hit rail first, and it may not go in.
Yeah, there's no forgiveness in these pockets at pace. If you're offline, they're going to stay up.
Yeah, if you hit them hard, you got to hit them pretty straight. And in general, pockets like these, you need to aim more for the outside of the pocket. But that's pretty much like diamond tables in real life, which most of the tournaments here are played on now. Gold crowns are a little bit more forgiving when you hit the rail.
Well, that's not got the line.
Yeah, I mean, just overran it.
I take it you're seeing the chat, Steve. You got that up in your big 64-inch screen or whatever it is you have.
Yeah, I do. Dogging is common in the UK. I think that's pretty much worldwide.
Yeah, but we need a bit of. There's a bit of lost in translation there, Steve. Dogging has got something to do with. Well, dare we mention it in the stream? It's to do with couples and car parks, and we'll say no more about it.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah. Well, it's funny. I'm playing King Kong one day. He's Mexican, and he dogs it, and he says perro, which is dog in Spanish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Stubbs. I thought Stubb had gone quiet this afternoon with these other matches that I've been doing, and he's woken up again, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be in there for the next match.
The sound is good now. That's good.
Well, let's see what he can do with this sort of table. See, I would have never played it that way. I would have come back and shot it in the same corner so I could hit it with a little bit of speed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, trying to hit those real easy, delicate shots, unless you're doing something like rolling straight forward, it's hard to control the speed.
Well, good luck in your match, Mooncake. That's RD Techie, who's just joined the chat. His match is due up at the same time as Mal and Albinario. Mal doesn't fancy his chances, Steve, but that's the old sharking technique. That one. I was listening to him on his video earlier on today, and he doesn't fancy his chances, which is the old BS as far as I can see, because he wouldn't be in the tournament if he didn't fancy his chances.
Yeah, I mean, Mal's a good player. I think it's a pretty even match from what I've seen. Well, you never know who's going to show up, but...
Well, it's all going to hinge on who gets lucky in the break. And the obvious one is who makes the fewest mistakes, because if there's a ball to be potted, these guys will pot it.
Yeah, well, that's typically the way it goes in higher level pool. I mean, in real life, I've pretty much got a rule: 2 mistakes a match, which a mistake's a missed ball or a bad safety. And if you do that, you'll usually be in the match against anybody in the world. But as soon as you start making like 4 or 5 mistakes, if you're playing, strong players, you're probably going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And I think VP is a lot like that. The better players just aren't going to make a lot of unforced errors.
Yep. Once the pack begins to thin out, you sort out the sort of men from the boys. That's what always happens in these big tournaments. You can't get lucky all the way through one of these tournaments. You will be found out. So here, Pig 7-5 in front. So Wiley's got herself back into this. It's a slow start. She's just trying to guide her way back in.
Yeah, she understands how to play pool. I think she struggles a little bit sometimes with execution, but she's got a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, I just think she's got a wee bit of impatience. There's a wee bit of let's get out of here as quick as we can sometimes.
Well, that last safety shot was hit so bad it looked like, I don't know, maybe a mouse problem even, where it didn't pick it up. I mean, that was way under hit.
Mm-hmm. Good evening to MC Clarkey, Matt Clark. Welcome aboard. We have I couldn't stop this guy coming in. He demanded to come in, but you're listening to Steve Chaplin, the main man at Solaris and the developer of all the Virtual Pool series. He's kindly joined tonight for hopefully a big match.
I'm the primary dev at the moment. I wouldn't say I'm the only dev, but most of my devs work on contracts, so I don't have a lot of people working right now.
Well, this is a little tight test in the 5. Now the question is whether it's the thin one into the middle of the full cut. It's the thin one.
Yeah, that was a good play. Got a little straight, but would better have a little angle so he could just slide over to the rail than having to draw it back.
Now, I've got a question for you, Steve, and it's to do, and I'm sure everybody wants to hear the answer, it's to do with the rack in 9-ball. Explain to the guys how you have it set in terms of this randomness in the rack, and explain what can happen to the rack when it is re-racked.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of randomness in it. I mean, we can remove some. I think it probably would be a good idea to have it vary a little more as far as getting a little bit better quality rack than what we've got right now. At least as far as seeing people be able to string more racks together. But there's randomness in which balls go where. I mean, obviously the 1 has to go in the front and the 9 has to go in the middle, but those are randomized. And then there's gaps in the rack, and those are randomized. And then the tilt angle of the rack, as far as like, I'm sure you've seen the 1 through the 9 doesn't always point exactly at the dot in the bottom.
Yeah, I point that out when I see it. Yeah.
And that's pretty typical in real life. I think, we probably should make it so that the rack's a little bit better than it is right now. I've thought about doing that because right now, trying to run a 6-pack or something like that is pretty hard to do because it's hard to break good enough, make balls enough.
Mm-hmm.
And where the 1 ball is going is not as predictable as maybe you'd like it to be.
Well, that's something I would say that, I mean, if you remember at the start in testing, when Larry was testing the brake, Larry came back with the feedback that he could break and the 9-ball was heading towards the corner pocket most times. So you obviously fixed that. I don't know what the guys think, but I think the rack, even
Well,
when
you know, that's a simple thing.
yeah.
You know, the 9-ball going towards the corner pocket, and this is a good tip for real life. Anybody that plays in real life, if you're racking and your opponent's making a 9-ball in the corner pocket, down, you know, where you're racking, where the rack is, those two pockets, that's your fault because you're not racking the balls correctly. And the gap you have to look for is between the 9-ball and the 2 balls right behind it. You don't want to have any gap there because if you do, that's when you start seeing 9-balls go in those corner pockets.
Yeah. And I've noticed, I mean, I don't notice any difference. Friday night 9-ball is played with, as far as I know, it's still played with rack money set, whereas this tournament is set without rack money, and I don't notice any difference in the breaks at all in terms of what's likely to go in more. I've noticed as well that Cobra in his last match was breaking where the cue ball appeared, and he had a good run of breaks where he was getting a ball and getting a shot, and then all of a sudden he's not getting a ball and getting a shot. But there is no you can't really predict anything in Virtual Pool 4 now. It's very difficult for the guys to get a run of racks.
And I think we'll probably change that some. I think we'll probably make the rack a little better. You know, you can't make it too good because then it becomes like the Magic Rack, which, you know, we could play tournaments that are like Magic Rack tournaments where the rack's, you know, near perfect. But, you know, the reason why Magic Rack isn't used, it was used some in some tournaments, some big events. And, you know, the problem is you're going to make that wing ball like, you know, close to 100% of the time, and you don't have to hit them hard. And, you know, it's not good pool at that point because all you're seeing is people break and run out every rack because, you know, there's nothing to it. I mean, if you take top level players with 9-ball and you let them make that wing ball every time and get a shot on the 1-ball and the rack spread nice, I mean, they're going to probably run out at least 80% of the time. Yep. So I don't think we want to do that, but I think it would be good to make the rack break a little more consistently than it does now sometimes. Well, not all the time. I mean, I'd like to see it vary more where we had more times where the rack was good.
Well, we'll see what happens. Anyway, I've moved into the Albinario Mal match because they've now started.
Okay, and I'll move over.
Albinario has broke off and a couple of balls in the break.
So what do you think about this match, Hugh?
Well,
who do you think's got the advantage here?
I mean, as far as table time goes, I would have to think that Mal is the favourite as far as table time because he spends all of his time playing offline. But in terms of match play, both of them are lacking in match play in that respect. Albinario doesn't play half as much as he used to. And really in this tournament, Albinario's only ever came in pretty much just before the match starts and off he goes. He does his warming up and his practice during the match. So it could end up being very close. I don't know whether I should sit in the fence or not, but Mal I would put as slight favourite, if only because he plays seemingly a lot more than Albinario. But you know, it could be that odd bit of bad luck, good luck, might be the only difference between the two because they can all pop balls and run tables. These guys. But
yeah, from what I've seen watching these guys play in the past is that I think Mal's got a little higher gear than Albin does, but Albin seems to be a little bit more solid, a little more consistent.
Well, he's by far and away the best all-round player, Albinario. There's no doubt at that. He can play 3 cushion. Not so sure about whether he's into one pocket so much, but he can adapt. That's the one thing about him. You know, he's a good all-round player, and he's He's ready to adapt to most games that he tries. Good at snooker, good at 9-ball, 10-ball, you name it. He'll have a go at anything.
Now, wasn't Albin one of these guys that hadn't played pool in real life? Wasn't he one of the ones that started with virtual pool?
That's what I heard. He'd never been in a pool hall. The only pool hall he ended up in was in Virtual Pool 3. And that's where he learnt it all. Which is, I suppose, is the biggest proof that you can practice all the skills that you would need to bring to a real table. You know, do it opposite to the way most people may have done it, where they've played in real life and then they've discovered virtual pool. Albinario did it the opposite way, and I'm pretty sure if he goes in a real table, he's a good player in a real table now.
Yeah, it's amazing to me someone could get as good as he is at starting on VP. I don't think most people could do that. I mean, I think it takes a certain personality and work ethic and a way of looking at things. I know Mal plays pretty good in real life.
Oh yeah. I think he was in. I don't know whether he's still in the league, but you see, Mal's got other outside interests. He's working in his local council. He's he's got interests politically, so his commitments are strained in terms of the amount of time he could put into it. And obviously these guys they've got families and other things, and commitments go elsewhere, so they're not able to spend as much time in the game as they would like. But you know, it's like riding a bike, isn't it? Once you get onto the table, everything just comes naturally. It's like driving a car. You work in automatic pilot.
Yeah, pool needs to be like breathing. I mean, it needs to get to the point where it's that natural if you want to play really well.
Mr. Sharp's asking, are you going to Derby City and are you going to have t-shirts?
I may go to Derby. I mean, I haven't been since, let's see, when was the last time I went?
Who is it you met? Did you not meet somebody?
2018 was the last time.
You met somebody from VP3. Was it not Gary you met? Was it Gary?
No, I think I met Gary at Hard Times.
Right.
Well, no. I mean, I met Gary. You're talking about Gary B.
Gary B, yeah.
I saw him up at Derby. He lives up there.
Mm.
But there was a couple guys I met at Hard Times, and then there was another guy who was friends with, what the hell's his name? D. Atkins. And I can't remember his name, or at least his Virtual Pool 4 name, but I met him up at Derby too. I'd like to go to Derby. It's just, you know, whether or not I feel like I got the time. It's 11 days up there.
But there's a lot of guys in here who, I mean, I watched a good few of the streams with John Slingblade. I watched a lot of the stuff that John was interested in, and but a lot of the guys here won't have heard of Derby City. But it's as far as I can describe it to these guys, it's where a lot of top class pool players, and there's how many tournaments going on. They're running at the same time. You've got 9-ball, you've got 10-ball and straight pool, and usually maybe one pocket as well.
Well, there's 3 main events. There's banks, 1 pocket, and 9-ball. And then there's an invitation-only 10-foot table 10-ball with just 16 pros. And then they have a straight pool tournament where you have to get a high run to get into it. They take 8 people.
Mm-hmm.
So you get on the table by yourself and try to hit high runs, and the top 8 high runs get in. And then there's a lot of gambling. I've seen some tremendously high-end gambling there. I think last time I was there were a couple guys playing on a bar table for $80,000 a rack.
Well, what Steve's basically saying is that you don't go there with an empty wallet, and if your game is lacking slightly, you're going to get picked off very easily. These guys are sharps and a half.
Well, you don't have to play. You can just go to watch. I mean, I've always played, but I spend a tremendous amount of time watching pool because there's so many good players and so many good matches. I mean, it's the best tournament I've ever been to.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mal is already looking good for 3-0 here.
Yeah, Mal plays. His idea how to play cue ball position is pretty good, and he's a rhythm player. You notice he plays fast, but it's not the fastness of it as much as the consistency of how much time he takes to shoot each shot.
Yeah.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's really important in pool, both virtual and real life. That you get a rhythm that works for you, and you playing that all the time. When you start taking a lot of time on one shot and then going real fast in another, I think that's a hard way to play.
Yeah, and that's one important thing about the game is finding that. I mean, everybody's got to find their own rhythm, because of the speed that Mal plays at and Stubb is way too fast for myself. But once you find that rhythm, you stick to it, because it works out better in the long run. You get that consistency, that feel, that touch for the shots. And the cue ball control is of paramount importance. Once you find that, and I keep going on and on and on about it in the stream, about how guys don't spend enough time getting themselves set to play the game. These guys that play virtual pool, they don't do any adjustments. It comes straight out the box effectively, and away they go, and they never leave themselves a great chance of learning that cue ball control when they don't dial themselves in. In real life, it's a lot different. Obviously, you've just got a cue in your hand, but in virtual pool, you've got to work at it.
I think one of the things about virtual pool that sort of encourages people to not play good position is that you've got the stroke of God, and the stroke can get you out of a lot of trouble. But whereas in real life, most people don't have that kind of stroke, and trying to really hit balls like that is difficult. It causes more accuracy problems, but there is a correlation, because just like real life, when you have to shoot one of those shots, there's a lot more things that go wrong. It's a lot harder to control the cue ball. So the difference is in a virtual pool, you can get away with it more.
Yeah.
And the difference between being a great player and a good player comes down to percentages. So, if you hit this shot a certain way and your percentage of running out ends up being, 82%, but some other guy plays it a little different way, or he can control it a little better, and his ends up being 86%. Well, it may not seem like much difference, but that adds up, especially in a race like this, to 19 games. If it's going to be close, those 1 or 2 times where you didn't run out ends up being like a 3 or 4 game difference.
I keep telling Stubb that he relies too much on his potting ability, and his potting ability's there. There's no doubt about it. He played very well last night in Friday Night 9-ball and breezed through and won it. But where he doesn't have that tight control of the cue ball that players like Cobra, Mal, they have it. The other guy who's not in the tournament is Vinces, who's a very good player, but he decided not to join. But these players all have the one thing that Stubb hasn't quite perfected, and that's that tighter control, that better movement. And he's always taken too many liberties with big cuts, and he gets away with it. And he eventually, in recent tournaments, has been caught out. He hasn't won one of these yet. And we're all giving him the best chance he can get in this tournament, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just choices, and maybe we can point some of that out when it comes up, where, players maybe don't make the best choice of which side of the ball they're going to be on, or how to deal with a certain pattern. Because, a lot of it comes down to choices in your pattern play of where you're deciding to move the cue ball. And if you put it in the wrong spot, then all of a sudden, things start getting tougher.
Well, I think the best evidence of that was in the straight pool virtual world championships that we had. The players who I kept talking about keeping to the basics, the strategy of thinking about that second last ball, getting onto the last ball for the break shot, and the guys that took that on board, they started putting the bigger runs together, and the other guys who didn't, they just they sort of started and stopped and started and stopped and couldn't string runs together. But the disciplines that the better players fell into got them the bigger runs. Larry's still kicking himself from the fact that he probably should have had the high run and then blew it by not getting. I still never. That's a nightmare shot that Larry played. But the better guys will always come to the top because they've got the better all-round game that you need. Stubbs just a wee bit short, and he'll never listen.
Well, what he needs to do is start betting $V because what ends up happening is when you shoot a shot and you lose money, and the next time that shot comes up and you shoot it and you lose money, eventually you're going to figure out, you know what, I shouldn't shoot that shot. There's got to be some pain involved, especially with somebody hard-headed like Stubb.
Well, there's Popman asking you a question, because that's quite an appropriate question considering Popman's into VR.
No, I mean, I'm just sort of waiting to see. There hadn't been much demand for it. Now that Oculus is starting to get more popular, we might do it. I mean, I don't think it's going to be terribly difficult to do. It's just a question of, last time I asked this question, nobody was really interested in it. That's probably changing now.
Well, I'm not interested in it. I've got no interest in VR. I could do myself a serious injury with VR. I've only ever seen Ronnie O'Sullivan doing VR, and he fell on the floor, and that's enough for me. He went to lean on the table and landed right in his face, and that's not what I want to do.
Okay, this sort of rack, I mean, there's not really any problems. Mal should be running this rack out. 4 to the 5 is probably the touchiest, and that shouldn't really be an issue.
No, this is just join the dots again. Again, he's got full confidence in his control of the pace of the cue ball.
Yeah, well, that's smart, like what he just did there. He didn't try. He left himself an angle. If it comes up a little shorter, it's a little more angle. But a lot of times, people try to get too perfect, and on that sort of shot, when you're drawing the ball, it's really easy to end up overhitting it. And the way Mal hit it's how you want to do that, or you're sure you're going to leave yourself an angle.
Yeah, he's just going to keep Albinario at arm's length here.
Yeah, my feeling with Mal is that, if he gets it rolling, the only way he's going to lose is if Albin can put pressure on him.
Mm-hmm. Now that rack looks as if it's going slightly to the left. The one ball's going slightly to the left of me. I'm sitting perfectly square on it. And this time, it looks dry.
Yeah, I can't believe that 6 ball didn't go in.
Well, let's see the hard work here, because obviously Albinario's going to have to kick out.
Well, this rack has got a lot of problems too. I mean, the 6 ball is in a spot where may not be able to make it directly. He may have to combo into it, and the 5 ball's locked up. So I mean, yeah, the 5 ball, 5 to the 8 is probably open.
I'm wondering what Albinario is thinking
you can
here.
probably make the 5-8-6. But this rack's not an automatic run out. It's got some difficulties. He probably should be pushing out here. I'm not sure what he's doing.
That's I think he's in doubt as to where he should push out. That's maybe what he's thinking. Well, that's
not a good push out.
Well,
I probably would have pushed out to give the guy some kind of bank into the side pocket where, you know, he was going to have to move the cue ball around the table, and there's traffic there. Something harder than that. I mean, a lot of times on these push outs, it's, you know, I mean, you can push out to a really tough cut, or you can push out to a jump shot, but sometimes pushing out to a shot where making the ball is pretty possible, you know, maybe over 50% or more, but the getting position's really difficult. I mean, that can be a good push out.
This shot here, Steve, I'm thinking, I was going to ask you whether you thought he was going to try and take a liberty and try and break the 5 and 7 and still hold on the 4 and get lucky. He's bound to be on the 4.
I don't think he needs to. I think, he goes.
Well,
I thought he could play the 5 ball off the long rail into the 8-6.
Yeah, make the combo. Yeah. Well, look at Mal here. Well,
I mean, I think that was just a bad decision. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, where he was trying to get on the 5, but it looked like the 5-8-6 was pretty easy.
Well, these are always testy into a blind pocket. Looks like the big draw to the side rail. Now, how's the bounce? Oh dear.
Semi-pro's asking about advertising. Uh-oh. Looks like he just hooked himself. This looks like it's going to be a jump shot. Now, me personally, I was favoring not setting up this championship with jump cues, but I was outvoted.
Yeah, I did that, Steve, because we wanted a bog standard 9-ball tournament. Get rid of this alternate break, and give the guys a chance to work in a normal 9-ball tournament. I'm sure most of them are quite happy it is, though.
So Semi-Pro asked about advertising. We do that every once in a while at this point. We did just pick up a new partner, billiard channel and inside pool. There's going to be more activity through them as far as getting exposure. I don't know what we're going to do as far as paid advertising in the future. We ran some last year on Facebook. So I don't have we're going to start it next week sort of thing. We run some specials on Steam once in a while too, because that gets us more exposure. And then we do whatever we can as far as free stuff. Like we give out a lot of games to reviewers.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys who have, they've got a good viewership. I mean, I don't have that, but there's a lot of guys who do get free serial keys to do. But that's the best way to get your game exposed anyway. Is on a big channel with lots of followers. That's how the good news gets around. The developers have got the right idea.
A bit of that. I mean, we've been on some pretty big channels. I mean, granted, virtual pool's not going to be like Call of Duty or something. So, but we've been on channels that had hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So there's been some pretty good exposure. I think The only issue with the gaming channels is a lot of those people aren't interested in this type of game.
Yeah.
But um,
Yeah, you're always swimming against the tide because they're all into these. What is it? What's that one? PUBG or whatever it's called. All these other things that get millions of people playing them. You know, but
Mal just bumped that 9-ball, and now the 6 does not go.
It most certainly does not. And well, he's going to have to work a miracle here.
Well, I think this is where you play safe. The play here is get yourself in a position where you can thin the 6 into the 9 so it sits there and put the cue on the opposite rail.
Well, there's the other alternative,
or just
Steve.
Something crazy.
That's the other alternative.
Well, that was a hell of a shot. I mean, that was really difficult to do, even in virtual pool. I mean, in real life, nobody would try that. That would be a safety play for sure. There,
you would just thin it and lock them up. Yeah.
Yeah, thin it, put it behind the 7, and optimally right on the end rail.
Well, Mal's building up a lead.
Yeah, I mean, Mal, I think will be hard to beat if he can just stay in rhythm and keep playing loose. I think Albin needs to put some pressure on him so he feels a little bit of heat, and then maybe it won't go as well.
Well, that's a solid enough break, but it's still ended up ugly. It looks odds on that it may well be the bank and the 4, whoever gets to it.
Yeah, he's not playing the bank.
But then again, well,
I mean, he
5 balls got in the way.
Play on the 9-ball if he got on the right spot, although I wouldn't consider that to be a good shot. I'd be looking to play safe here.
Just cut across it and hide behind the 5. Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a smart shot. I mean, he didn't play a really lock up safe, but he played something that he knew he was going to get. And jump cue doesn't do you any good in that situation when the ball's next to the rail.
Yeah, you're heading off. You're heading off onto the carpet or the stone floor as you are in this room when you jump close to the rails.
Yeah. Well, let's see what he does here. What do you think he's going to do here, Hugh? Side pocket?
Well, he's looking for a nudge.
Yeah. Well, he got it. This is simple. All he's got to do is make the ball pretty much.
Well, there's a glimmer of hope for Albinario. But this is a perfect situation where Albinario has to perform. He has to divvy up the goods here because he's been given that one chance and he's got to take it. You know, he's going to drift away here.
Sometimes people have trouble when the balls are close like that. And there are some tricks to dealing with that. You ought to be real good when the balls are close to each other.
Because it's so difficult to pick that point, that angle, the line for the cut to the pocket when you're close like that.
Well, I think it's how you look at it. You know, I used to think that, you know, in real life, and I have a friend and a mentor that I played a lot of pool with, and I noticed he gets close balls together and he like never misses them. So I started asking him about that. You know, how are you looking at this? Why are you so good like this? Because, you know, he'd have balls are an inch apart and, you know, or less. And, you know, he's making it like every time. Some of them are like real severe cuts. So the bottom line is that there is ways to look at the ball where when they're close, you can aim them.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that's something not a lot of people know. Now,
you've been asked this question a lot of times, Steve. Somebody's asking it again. When are you bringing Killer into Virtual Pool 4?
I don't know. Right now I'm working on leagues and, you know, I mean, that's a fair amount of work. The code was written, but, you know, just going through and getting it all running is taking a lot of time. So I think, we probably will do killer. I mean, it's been asked about a lot. People have asked about a lot of games, but I think killer is the most logical since that seems to be the one that more people want.
Well, there you go. I hope that answers your question, Mark.
Yeah, it's a lot easier if I only have to put it in for online.
Oh, now that was a question I wanted to ask you as well, Steve. On your profile page, when you have a friend and you are signing up for a doubles tournament, that's fine. You just add them. What's that? I need to go and look at my profile page to find out. Hang on a second. I know the question I want to ask. I just can't remember how to ask you again. Wait a minute. On the... Yeah, this one. The teams one. What will show on there as far as teams go? On your profile.
That's gonna be the league.
Right. Got you. Because I've always wondered what it was.
Yeah, the leagues are going to be set up a lot like how we do real life leagues here. I know you probably have them other places, but we kind of modeled it off of what we do here. And there's some variation in that setup too, but it's basically a team of people with a captain, potentially one or more co-captains, and there's going to be a schedule where you play other teams, and the captain will decide the lineup, who's playing, and we can run open leagues and we can run handicap leagues. We can run leagues where there's a rating limit, like the average rating can only be below a certain number. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that we can set them up. And I think it's going to be good. We'll see. We'll see how many people want to show up on a given night to play.
Well, that was my next question. If you're going to do leagues and if you have a league night, what's the facility for? How big is a group? How big is a team? Is it 5? Is it 4? Or is it any amount you want?
Well, it can be anywhere from 2 up. The way the setup for a team works is you pick how many players are on the team playing every night. So let's say you said it was 4. That means 4 players have to play every night. Mm-hmm. And then you've got extra participants. So those are extra players. So you could say, okay, we're going to allow 2 extra players. So that would mean that you've got a team of 6 players. That includes the captain. And then 4 can play on any night. And that's important because you're going to need extra players because obviously not everybody's going to be able to show up all the time.
Yeah.
And then, you can play, obviously going to play all the teams, but typically you would play each team more than once. And then there can be a, cap on the number of teams in the league.
Now, what about see when we did what was his name? Was it Satman? You probably would. I don't know whether the name Satman ever rings a bell, but he used to be in VP3. But we had a league system on VP3, and it worked very well. We ended up having like 3 or 4 leagues where the top 2 from the lower leagues got advanced. So there was like promotion and relegation. The bottom 2 dropped down, the top 2 jumped up. Is there going to be anything like that in a league system?
Well, the initial won't. I mean, because it hasn't been written like that.
Right.
We don't have a tiered league system. I think the idea is to start with enough flexibility that we can play games and do different types of handicapping or team limits as far as rating average. And be able to run a schedule. And we are set up to do playoffs at the end of the league. There could be a playoff where the top X teams play off for title or money. I think we'll take it from there. We've got, I think, a pretty good system, and it'll be all automated. So the rooms will just appear, and all the scoring's automatic. People won't have to do anything. Only the captain will have to set a lineup for each league night, and that's it. And then we'll see how popular it is, and we'll see what people want, and the more popular it is, and the more I'm going to be inclined to want to put more features into it.
Yeah, that sounds good enough. I mean, the proof of the pudding is the interest in it at the end of the day, and it's not worth your while doing a lot of work for not a lot of return.
Yeah, so, I think we've got a good enough design now. It's probably more than what we need to test the concept and see how people like it. I'm pretty confident that what's there will be enough to attract interest if we're going to get it.
Right. Anyway, back to this match, as Cobra says.
Yeah, and Albinario has made some progress coming back here. Well, Mal just got a little funny on this ball. See, this is not the angle you want.
Yeah, bit of inside.
Yeah, it would have been much better to be on the other side of the ball. And it's just like real life. Good players are going to usually make that shot, but that shot is harder than the other one. So if the one shot's 96 out of 100, and the one he just hit is 90 out of 100. That's 6 times that you're going to lose a game that you wouldn't the other way.
Yeah. Well, the gap goes to 3. And Mal, I presume Mal's been sticking with the same break. He's breaking directly on that spot in the middle.
Well, one problem with that break is where he's leaving the cue ball. I mean, at least this time, because you want to bring the cue ball back at least to the middle of the table, possibly past it.
Yeah, that's narrowed down his chances here. I mean, he can't get into the cue ball because he's right over the 4. So just to push out.
That's a good push out.
Yeah, it gives you the invitation for the pot and the 2, but no shot in the 3.
The shot here is to cross bank the 2 and
run for cover.
Bring the cue ball straight back down the table towards the 3.
Yeah.
And then you're probably going to end up playing safe on the 3, but I would cross bank this 2.
Yeah, the cross bank's always good for getting the 2 ball to the top rail anyway. As we look, if you don't pot it, it goes to the top rail. Well, he's playing it pot weight.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was able to pot the ball that way, and that's not terrible because he's got a pretty good safety opportunity here.
Yeah. As long as he can. Well, it depends whether he's trying to come back up the table. He's got to avoid running into that 6 ball if he's going to go around the corner.
Yeah, he has to go between the 9 and 6. Oh, he shot the ball.
Well,
that was bold. I mean,
that's hoping to get lucky. He's run into the 5. Now he's dead in the 4.
Yeah, well, the problem with shooting that ball is what just happened. I mean, he probably liked his chances of making the ball, but if you can't get a shot on the next ball, I mean, he got lucky in the fact that he can see the edge of the 4.
Mm-hmm. Now, the other problem with this shot is he's got to try and find a gap and avoid running into the 9 if he's trying to go again to the long grass.
Actually, I think you want to run into the 9.
Yeah, just going short. Good shot.
Yeah, he just needed to somehow get cover over there.
Well,
I think the way he played it was better than what I was saying, because he probably would have left a potential jump shot if he tried to run into the 9.
Here's a question for you, Steve. This is related to Popman. Popman just said that he can't aim Chinese snookers like that, over the 4 ball. Now, the other reason Popman probably can't aim is because he's the one player that I've ever seen in virtual pool, in any virtual pool game, who had the habit, and probably still does, of aiming from the furthest away that he can at the table. I'm talking about this, like this.
I think, yeah, I think if you're having trouble with the visual closer up, your best bet is to increase your field of view setting, and that will help with that.
Yeah, but rather than zooming away out, so the table's like 15 feet away from you and you're through in the next room.
Yeah, you're losing, you're just losing resolution that way, and it's harder to see it. It's like in real life, you want to shoot a shot that's a cue ball's a foot away from the object ball or like 10 feet. You're kind of doing the same thing by zooming out that far.
Yeah, well, the amazing
that
thing...
That is not a good safety. He got... that is not a good way to play that shot. I mean, he ended up getting safe, but...
Well, it's not safe in Virtual Pool 4. Mal's going to lob over that. Pot it.
I don't like those kind of shots where if you don't get the snooker, you leave a shot. Unless it's like a lot more guaranteed than that one was.
But again, it's Mal with the opportunity to stretch away again. Another rack.
Yeah, well, I mean, Albin made a mistake and he's going to pay for it. Well, that's not really a great spot to put the cue ball.
He's just going to run through. So, Mal now with a 4-rack lead in this race to 19. The longest match in this tournament so far, Steve, has been 2 hours and 40 minutes. I can't remember who it was, but I sat through it all and it was absolute torture.
Yeah, well, this match isn't going to be that long. I mean, Albin plays at a reasonable pace and Mal is fast.
Yeah, well, Albin's, he's another hour in front of me, so it's, what time is it? It's come up to 20 minutes to 10, his time.
Yeah, Potman's saying his FOV is 43 on a 32-inch monitor. I would say you probably want to be more like a 50. Part of that depends how far you sit away from the monitor.
Well, I'm sitting exactly about 3 feet from the monitor and I still can't see the bloody screen. I still can't see the edge of a ball.
I've got a 49-inch monitor and I'm sitting about 2 feet from it.
Oh, good. I mean, that's like sitting watching an IMAX screen in a cinema, having something that size in front of you.
Yeah, it's a nice monitor. It's a 4K monitor. I've had it for quite a while. I mean, it's a Wasabi or something like that.
Well, that sounds very Japanese.
It's a Wasab Mango. It's Korean.
Korean?
But I bought it like 4 years ago for $800, a 49-inch 4K monitor, and which was a phenomenal price. Well, I mean, they still cost close to that.
That's a crazy price. I mean, that over here would be about $3,000.
Well, I had to order it from Korea.
So it was $800. You're telling me it was $800, but it was $3,000 to deliver it.
No. I mean, it wasn't expensive. I think I bought it off Amazon. But it took forever to get here, But, well, he's making short work of this rack.
Yeah, Mal's... Albanario's in danger of losing touch here unless he gets a break one way or another. But this is a problem.
The only thing slowing Mal down is whether if he can make a ball on the break and get a shot, because he's running out. Yeah, that rack did not break well.
No. You get those from time to time. You get these heavy racks. And I mean, the other thing I've always thought is that if you break too far to the left, or, too close to the rails either side, that you tend to get heavier breaks where, well, when I'm talking about heavier breaks, I mean the balls don't have a lot of action in them. You tend to get these balls stuck in the middle, and they just seem to not want to go anywhere. It might be just my imagination, but I've always found I don't like breaking too far left or right. I like to be more central in Virtual Pool 4.
Yeah, I think if we make the break better, you'll find the sides from the rails is going to be the preferred spot for 9-ball.
Mm.
Now he's going to get an easy one here.
Well, there's the gift that Albinario wanted.
Well, I mean, one thing about combinations is that they're not guaranteed. He looks like he's not going to shoot the combo.
Well,
even in VP, a combination, especially with a 9-ball close to the rail, I mean, you can definitely miss it.
Well, the problem with the combo is getting good on the combo. From where he was, it was never guaranteed to get good, but he's done the sensible thing because the balls are there for the taking. You know, he's got to run out.
Yeah, well, the other thing, a lot of times, just getting to the table and getting to run out and hit balls helps you get in the rhythm and get going.
Well, he's checked that up to give him the straight in 3. Just a little drop through. And this is easy. Even I could run this table. I would fancy my chances in this.
Yeah, he shouldn't have any trouble here.
Oh, the other question, Steve, is who's winning the Masters at the moment? It was...
No, don't tell me, because I record it. I want to know.
But who was in the lead yesterday? It was the Brit, wasn't it?
Yesterday it was still Rose.
Rose.
Rose still had a 1-shot lead yesterday, and Will Zalatoris was second.
Well, it's just coming to peak time now, anyway, isn't it? Well, it is for us. This is when our live coverage starts.
I always record golf because I don't want to watch all the commercials.
Well,
let's see how he hits this.
How can this go wrong? This looks too easy to get to the 9.
It should be. He hit it the right way. Used more English, and he brought the butt up a little bit. He hit down on it a teeny bit, but he used mostly English, which is the way to shoot that shot.
Mal's a player. Here's another thing that Mal does all the time. Mal's one of these players, if you look at his videos, he's zoomed in pretty close. Now, you're talking about having a wider field of view, but Mal's one of these players where he seems to be the opposite. He's pretty close in zoomed when he's playing shots, and he's the one player who, when you watch his videos, he uses the top-down view an awful lot, whereas I never do. But he tends to use it an awful lot, but that's probably because he zoomed in so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between zoom and field of view, although they're related. I mean, you can have a narrow or wide field of view and still zoom in a lot. But I think it's easier to play zoomed in more. And I think using the X key, to get the momentary overhead, is a very handy way to do it. There's a little bit of a transition because you're only looking at it one way. So some people don't like it because they look at the table and, then they come back down and it's like, the orientation issue. It's always one way on the overhead. But I think once you get used to that, it's a lot faster than trying to pivot your mouse around.
See, that's
me. Most players that I see on VP like to pivot their mouse around. Mal's doing it right now. You can tell he's not using the overhead because he's moving the cue around.
Well, Albinario still trailing before he's got to find a way into it.
This is a little tricky right here, what he's got.
Well, again, he's taking a liberty there, going for the bank and trying to break out the 2.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive shot. I mean, my inclination would have been to play safe there. I mean, the safety was a little tricky, but I thought he could have hit the 1 and come down right next to the 5 to the end rail and ran the cue ball into the 2 ball.
Well, look at the shot that Albinario's got. He's got the 1, but how does he play a safe off this 2?
Well, he can actually shoot the 2, I think, if he gets down there. This shot, you almost have to play this off the titty, like that.
He might be too heavy. And in fact, that might help him. That looks okay from there.
The ball will throw. He
Yeah.
might need to hit this with inside. I can't. It's close. Actually, I think he can make it with just center ball. I think the pocket's wide enough, but if he needs to throw it some, he could hit it with inside. The only problem with that is I don't think he can get down to the 3 ball that way.
Yeah, he's looking, but I think he would just be happy if he can get this and see the 3 so he can play a decent safety.
Yeah.
Oh, he's looking for the kiss. Well, that everything almost worked out perfect there, but good safety now.
He was able to. God, did he hit that with inside top and bounce over the top of the 6 ball? I didn't see exactly.
No. He's just went straight down the table the way I saw it, but he's going to go for the cut, I think.
Well, that was a nifty shot. He got himself in a position where he can, being close to this 3 ball is a huge advantage, trying to play safe on
it. Well, he did go for the pot as far as I can see.
I'm not sure what he was doing. I don't think that was a good choice, whatever it was.
No, again, that's the thing. If that was Stubb and all the other guys, they'd all go for that cut. Mal would have went for it as well. When it was much probably easier to play a half decent safety shot.
Yeah, well, the issue there is probably less making the cut than it is getting a shot on the 4 ball that's any good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you start playing this pool where you just turn the cue ball loose a lot, that's going to catch up with you.
Yeah, you're listening, Stubb. Because that's Stubb's biggest problem. He does run loose, and he's always been caught out eventually. If he tightened up...
I've got a friend like that in real life. Real strong player, but he turns the cue ball loose. So, when things are going his way, he's really hard to beat. But he gets a lot of what he considers bad rolls because he turns it loose.
Yeah. Well, this is...
Well, that's perfect. Got himself a nice little angle.
It's one that Albinario almost had, but it's going to leak away again.
Yeah, well, it was another mistake. I mean, and those things add up. You make 5 mistakes a rack where you give up 5 games, where maybe you would have won 3 of those. So what's that end up being? An 8-game difference.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're in a race to 19, an 8-game difference is huge, and I think that's what's hurting Albin right now is he's just making too many mistakes.
I'll tell you what's hurting
him
even more.
Perfect break. See where you got the cue ball back to, where it's back at least to the side pockets.
Exactly.
And the reason why that's important in 9 ball is if you break in 9 ball and you bring the cue ball back like 6 inches, that's the place where you get a lot of balls crossing that go around the corners of the tables on the break.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll get the cue ball kicked into the side pockets, or balls will hit and the cue ball goes who knows where. When you get the cue ball back like to the side pocket there, or further, then you're getting out of the way, and the chance of getting a bad knock on that cue ball is much reduced.
Yeah. Larry has broke the same way in virtual pool. That's what was mentioned the other week there, or the other night. Larry's never changed his break in virtual pool because he maybe overdoes it, because when you watch Larry break, his cue ball, unless he gets a bad kick somewhere, the cue ball's always going down to the bottom rail. It's always coming back to him. But when he gets it right, where's this cue ball going? Oh, when he gets it right, things fall into place. But he's never changed. He's always been the same break.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to end up tightening up the rack a little bit on some of these tournaments or some of the tables, and I think it's going to change a little, because right now I think it's probably hard to consistently bring the cue ball back where you want.
See, Mal likes to put it there, but he's right down the bottom of the table again.
Well, going forward is terrible. That's the worst thing you can do on the break. I mean, in real life, if you go forward on the break and, no good player wants to do that.
I think, well, can Albie see this? Because Mal should be in.
Albie can see this and he can shoot it. I'm not sure what he may be a little bit worried about the scratch, but I don't think it's there. You can hit this with speed. I think it's going to go to the side rail.
Well, how can he get good on this 2-ball to put Mal in trouble, though? See, he's left himself high.
Well, this isn't bad. He can just stop the cue ball.
Can he see enough of it to do it?
I think so.
See, that's where my eyes let me down. Well, that's not going to work out very good unless it goes in. Unless it goes in.
No.
Well, there's the worst case scenario, Steve. That's the one everybody's fallen into before. You do the kill shot, lock it up, and then...
you know, that's a little bit of a bad roll. I mean, it was somewhat predictable the cue ball was going to hit the 4, and you kind of got to try to judge where it's going to go. But, I mean, it wasn't like it was a real thin ticky or multiple rail thin ticky. I mean, he should have been able to probably see that. But...
Now, what's he thinking here?
Expect that.
Well, there we go. Help yourself, Mal.
Yeah, this is pretty simple. There's a little trickiness from the 5 to the 6. Probably the best way to shoot it is shoot the 5 in the one corner and the 6 down in the opposite corner. Because that way you can just stop it or roll up.
Well, Mal's already plotted it.
He's going to have to come off the rail, but he can roll right off the rail and then shoot it up table. Mal plays pretty good patterns.
Looks as if he's running through the other side. Just take it into the bottom pocket. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, this is just easy now, and it's a big safety cushion here for Mal. Big ass now for Albinario. Miasma's asking a question to Popman, and Steve, what's killer?
Well, I'm not the best person to answer that, as I've never actually even played it. I mean, I've read the rules and stuff. It's played in the UK a lot. It's sort of like the game that we play here called Cutthroat.
Yeah.
But it's a better game than Cutthroat. Cutthroat doesn't have very good rules. The reason why I didn't put it in initially was because it's a little bit of a banger game in my opinion. But as soon as I say that, I'll probably get a lot of people saying no, it's not. You know, I don't care as long as players want it and they enjoy it. I'm more than glad to look at putting it in.
Well, I think in real life it's more a game where you know, you've all got a few beers in you and there's a few dollars going here and there. I think that's where there'll be a lot of fun in it. But
yeah, it's
you know,
a social game, you know. Well, I think that was another thing when I looked at it. It seemed like it didn't make sense to do this unless you could play for a few dollars. I mean, certain games just aren't really very good. Like, you know, I put ring games in here. Nobody plays ring games. Well, why doesn't anybody play ring games? Well, they're really not that good unless you're gambling.
Yeah, everybody's forgotten about them. Well, Albinario, he's now at the situation where it's no miss. You know, he's got himself into a corner, and now Albinario, what tournament was it? I think he had a couple of matches where he got backed into a corner, and he came through in the end. But this is a big test.
Well, if he keeps doing stuff like he just did, that was not the right way to play the 3 to 4. He should just gone forward and come out and left himself an angle to go 3 rails around, you know, because he could have easily got himself hooked on the 7 trying to play it that way. And then he got straight in on the 4. I mean, it was just a simple shot to come in and shoot it in that same corner with top left English and go 3 rails around. And, you know, those are the kind of pattern choices I'm talking about where the way he played it, his chance of running this rack was a lot less. Now it looks like he's still going to, but you know, it's like when you're playing the poker hand. It's not, I played it right because I won, and I played it wrong because I lost. It's like there's a right way to play it that gives you the best chance of winning the hand. And pool's the same way. There's a way to play the table that gives you the greatest chance of running out. And Albin's not doing that, and Mal is doing a pretty good job of it, and that's the main difference in the score.
He's going to get away with this one. I think the sooner he gets to double figures, the more he'll feel he's still in the match. I mean, he's not out of it yet, but you know, it's looking a bit grim at the moment for his prospects.
Yeah, if he can get into double figures before Mal gets a 15, he might have a chance.
Now here he's break. See how that's a heavy break. You know, where the balls.
That wreck was what we call a slug. That was a terrible wreck.
Yeah, it just dies open. You know, all the balls still sort of clustered in a circle. That's the example I'm talking about from breaking too far to the side. He's obviously trying to do something different, though. He's just trying to get a break. But he certainly didn't get it there. And now he's in a whole heap of trouble. Oh, well, Mal is.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, you can play safe. You've got two balls you have to control. You got to know where that one ball's going, and obviously he didn't.
Mal is in a whole heap of trouble. Well, what do? Do you just lock something up and just give the ball in hand?
I think in this situation, that's probably a wise move. I mean,
leave yourself open to 3 fouls, though, but it's better than nothing.
It's hard to 3 fouls, especially with jump cues in the game. I would probably try to lock something up.
I think he's just trying to clip the 6 into the 2 and 9 and hope for the best.
Yeah, that might be the only thing available. I mean, if he can make it so that there's no shot on the 2 ball, that would be good. I'm not sure that's going to be possible where he's at, though.
Yeah, I think that's the idea he's got, is trying to get that as close. Well, in the end, I don't know what he tried. He's trying to actually get the 2. Again, I don't know whether that was the right move, but that 3 ball, I think, isn't going anywhere there.
Yeah, he might have got the 3.
Now, wait, hang on a minute. What's going through Albinario's head here? I was thinking he thought the 2 had disappeared and he was going to play the 3. He's just having a look.
This is a little tricky because you roll forward into this and you catch the 6 and then the 3. The 6 is probably going to be in the way. It looks like he's going to combo the 9 ball, which might not be a terrible choice. The only problem with this is he better figure out a way to protect the cue ball and 2 ball, because he's going to break up in trouble, and if he leaves a shot and doesn't make the 9, he's going to lose.
That's exactly what I'm thinking, because it's a big commitment here. He's going to open the table up here for Mal. Big choice, this shot. A lot riding on it.
Yeah, well, in real life, I'd definitely be playing safe here, but, you know, VP, the shot's easier. He might be able to get it in the hole. Nope. Yeah, well, that's looking like a loser.
Yep, it's certainly going to be in the hole in a minute. It's going to be a 3-6-9 combo. Oh, no, it's not. Maybe he couldn't hold it.
Too much angle
couldn't hold it.
Ball, but he's fine. I mean, he could play the combo on the 4 or the 5. I mean, he's got plenty of time. I see that happen in games sometimes where, you know, you run to the 4 ball and you got an easy combo and guys are doing crazy things trying to get the 9 ball in right off the bat.
Yeah.
Isn't really the best choice.
That looks
All
fairly
right, let's
straight.
see if he gets this ball to go backwards. I mean, I just don't understand. There you
Well,
go.
I see he's putting top on it
Well, he's trying to park it,
to get it to kill. Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to park the cue ball, which is what you really want to do in real life. Is you're hitting the ball with topspin, and then the ball bounces back off the rack, and then the topspin parks it.
Yeah.
And
He ended up getting kicked there, which undone the shot, sort of way to speak. But it almost worked. It almost worked.
That's a good way to break. I mean, I think if we tighten up the rack a little more, it's going to become a great way to break.
Well, this is, again, I mean, this is the tough thing about when you end up falling behind like this. You know, you've got the table, and look at the lay of the balls. This 4-ball is sitting, going nowhere fast, and you've got a lot of hard work ahead of you to try and rescue a rack. You know, again, he's going to have a good opportunity if he gets somewhere near this 4 to put Mal in trouble. But the question is whether he's going to try and do something crazy to get to. I think if he comes into the middle of the table, he might be able to pot it.
It's tricky because, see, this shot here, you know, he's going to have. This is a little tricky here. I mean, he's going to be bumping to 8. He's going to have a pretty steep angle, and he could get hooked on the 7 if he hits this wrong. He may be trying to go forward through it, which also is tough because the 9-ball blocks.
Oh, well, there wasn't enough.
No, the 9-ball doesn't block. He would have had a shot.
Yep.
Did he hit that with any English? I mean, that kind of shot, usually you're going to want to try to throw it a little to make sure you don't hit the 8 first.
Well, I wasn't right behind him, but I think he tried to. I don't think there was really fully enough of that 4 shown to get there, and I think he must have spun it slightly.
Yeah, well, he hit it thick, so I don't think he spun it good enough because it hit in the thick side of the pocket. Mal hook himself? Yeah, he's going to have to shoot this in the corner, unless he's jumping.
Oh no, he's going to go to Old Faithful. Never a doubt.
Like in real life, everybody would shoot that down in the corner. Taking a chance of jumping that's too much.
Now what we'll do is I'm going to have a quick look at the bracket while Mal breaks off in the next rack, just to see how things are going in the other match. Just a sec. We'll see the break. It looks dry. Quick look at the bracket and catch up with what's happening. Well, Interchange X and Mooncake are 10 racks all. That looks interesting. Mal, what was that? We've got Hairpig, who is on the brink against Wiley, 18-12 in front. So that looks to be all but over. And I think that's all the matches that are taking place, including this one that we are watching. So the other match looks as if it could go to the wire.
Yeah, it looks like a good match. This is an interesting situation. You know, it's a natural to go 2 rails here. He's got to avoid the 3-ball.
Yeah. Well, he's avoided the 3-ball, but
missed the balls. But yeah, that one little detail.
Well, in VP4, this is whoever gets that, whoever gets the 1 ball wins the rack. And the bad news for Albinario is it's not going to be him. It's going to be another one for Mal.
Yeah, this is turning into a runaway, which is a shame. I thought we'd see a closer match than this.
Well, that's exactly what I was hoping for. I was thinking it could go all the way. Well, there's the result come through.
Oh,
and well, speak of the devil. Well, that's what I call commentator's curse, Steve. I'm renowned for it. and Mal's hung the 4, and Albinario's won a watch. Yeah, Hairpig has beaten Smiley by 19 racks to 12. It's a good win there. Yeah, Wits finally woke up. He's typed Albi and Cobra in the final. Well, Albi's obviously still going to have a second bite at the cherry. If it happens to be the outcome that we think it's going to be, he's going to have some long hard work to do in that one loss side.
Yeah, well, this match isn't over. I mean, obviously Mal is a huge favorite right now, but
Albinario just needs the break to start. That's all he needs. If the break starts working for him, he can get 2 or 3 and get himself back in it. He's still, he's way short of the double figures yet. Another 2 racks to go, but that might make the difference. I think we're clutching at straws here, to be honest with you, but we'll see how it goes. He's still determined to break from this side rail.
yeah, I mean, it's...
Well, this time the balls have gone all over the place, and look at the table. Well, the 4 ball's the problem ball, but everything's wide open. Yeah, for any. Oh, sorry, Steve.
The problem with the 4 is he doesn't. He can't break it out on this shot. I don't think. And this is a shot you want to break it out on. When you're down to the ball right before it, and the 2 is the only ball that you've got to break. You're going 2 to 4. That gets a lot more difficult. A lot more bad things can happen.
Yeah, well, I think it's a tough ask here to get any joy in the 4.
Yeah, I mean, he could, but I don't think that's. It's not a.
Let's have a look.
He's got an angle he could get to it, but that's asking a lot.
Well, he's got a slight angle. Believe it or not, could he not maybe draw into this and go into the 9? Could he maybe squeeze enough to get that distance?
He probably could.
He's actually got too much draw in it. I don't know whether he was trying to get a nudge, but
well, now you've got to try to hit this 9 pretty square and get the 4 to go towards the pocket and hope you don't get hooked by the 9. This is tricky because if he hits a glancing blow on the 9, he's probably not going to get a very good shot on the 4. I don't think he hit it hard enough. Yeah, I mean, you got to hit that with a little bit of speed because you're trying to move that 4 ball down towards the pocket.
Hairpig's asking a question there. I haven't a clue what that's about. Did he see that John Schmidt is out for head on Facebook? What does that mean?
I don't know. That's
I don't know.
Or maybe he's saying John Schmidt wants to play.
Is out for his head.
Out of his head or something?
I don't know. Well, I don't know what.
My head. I haven't talked to John in a long time.
Well, that's going to break away. Look, it's we'll pick a pocket and double it. Get the bank going.
Of course, Schmidt's in the AI. He agreed to do it.
Well, this is going to be a little delicate one. Is it the bank again, or is it the little tricky cut? And try and hold for that 6 ball. That's well played. He's home and dry here. Well, that link won't work on the chat that you're in, so there's no point in posting a link. You'd need to post it in the lobby. Oh, the 9 balls tracking fairly close. And the 1 ball's gone in the break. Facebook links do work in the lobby. You don't have to sign into Facebook to look at them. They work for me anyway. I think Steve's gone to put the kettle on.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, he's still here.
But I am going to go get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, well, I was well ahead of you in that game. I got one before the match started to actually keep me awake.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a quick break now and go get coffee. I'll be back in a couple.
Okay. Well, this is I would say this is quite a vital point in the match, if only for the sake of the scoreboard, because Albinario is on 9, he's trailing by 6, looking to get to double figures, but he's going to have to win this safety battle, and he's going to have to kick out and get lucky. And I don't know if I mean, I'm assuming Mal and Albinario aren't aware that Steve's in watching this, or at least joining in the commentary. So that was something for them to watch after the match is over. Now Albinario was trying to get really cute there. He was trying to just nail it onto the head of that 2 ball and leave nothing. And he hasn't got there. And has given Mal the opportunity to go further into the distance. But like I said earlier on there, in terms of who was going to be the favourite, down to table time, the amount of matches that Mal plays offline has given him all that table time in practice. And that's where he's been 2 or 3 steps ahead of Albinario tonight. Schmidt post, about 30 months ago, I'm in Denver airport and I look over and a guy's playing a pool video game, and I kid you not, the 2 characters were the Kaiser versus Mr. 400. The characters didn't have faces. I wanted to lean over and say, that's me, the Mr. 400, but he would have figured I'm full of it. I bring this up because it's kind of not fair that myself and Ralph, of course, get no proceeds, and honestly, I had no idea game existed. Does anybody know the name of the game? It was on his phone. Oh, where's the cue ball going? Well, that's a disaster for Albinario. So ball in hand for Mal. Schmidt's a pool player. Well, Mal's got lucky there. He's managed to find a gap. You're going to have to try and dig in behind this 4-ball to play it in the same pocket, I think. Unless he's trying to find a gap up table. Well, that 3-ball wiped its feet. So Mal is doing a bit of the stub stuff here, where the cue ball's running to try and keep himself at the table. Everything's coming from distance. Oh, well, Albinario again has been let off the hook. I think Mal that time may well just have got a bit too brisk on the shot. And if Albinario can hold himself together here and cut this in and get on that 8, it needs to keep running. The pace looks good. It looks pretty good. It looks excellent. So the one good thing for Albinario is it's going to bring him to double figures.
Okay, I'm back. Looks like Albinario is making a little bit of a move.
Well, Mal shot himself in the foot there. He done all the hard work and then hung the 7 and gave Albinario a lifeline. And Albinario is choosing to break from where the cue ball appears.
Well, hanging a balls, especially late in the rack, that's a 2-game swing. You don't win, and another guy does. So it's 2 games every time you do that.
Well, he's away over to the left. He's sticking with it. He had one that was dead, then one that everything ran all over the place. And these are doing the same. These are going all over the table. So, but he's left with an ugly mess again. 8-ball gone in the break. And, well, he should be. He should really be looking for cover here. He's got to get a good tight safety somewhere. Where he's going to get it, I don't know, but he's going to try and punch the one up the table and into the top corner. If he gets really unlucky, he might end up potting the one, and then he's hooked in the 2. Let's see, what line's he taking here? Well, he's managed to find the edge, and he's going to get a brush off the 2. Oh no, he's missed it. Well, Mal's got an easy escape though. Just going to dig out the jump stick again.
Yeah, but the question is, what's he going to leave? I mean, it's not an escape if you sell out.
Well, that was a bit brisk because he's opened up the 2. Although that's going to be difficult to get good on.
I think on this shot, the way you want to play it is you play it rail first.
And use the angle. Yeah.
Yep. I mean,
I think he still needs a fair bit of luck though when you look at this cluster of balls that's in a line there. You're talking about just running out and getting to the other rail. Are you trying to run into something?
I think you can actually get this to run into the 5-ball here, you know.
Let's have a look. Let's see what he's not interested. He's probably
just gonna bank it.
Yeah, he's looking to bank.
Now the problem with this is, you know,
look where the 3 is.
Well,
can he get out of there?
You know, the problem is where's the cue ball going to go?
Well, he's pushed it forward. That's excellent. But
I thought he was going to try to run into the 4-ball and open that up. Which would be a tough shot because you can't control the cue ball. Now it's also tough because I don't know how he's going to, you know, the combo's not really on. There's not much room to get on that 4-ball. I think he's got problems.
Well, he's not got a lot to work with. He's got a slight angle in the three. He can. I mean, if he wants, he can juice it up, put loads of top and spin and try and run around and get really lucky, or he could try and play a safety off the four. That's his options, unless he just throws everything at it and tries for a bit of running. Let's see what he does. Well, he's had a good look at the 4-5 for a combo, but as you say, it's not in a position to get a good line on it. He's going for the old heave-ho, and he's heave-hoed into the pocket. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been a lot better off just trying to figure out how to play safety in that situation than a crazy breakout like that, because he just ended up selling out.
You see, if he'd taken his medicine and got there and just tried to push through and lock him up, Mal would probably have kicked the 4 in anyway. There's a strong likelihood Mal would have done that unless you get really tight, but that's ifs and buts. It's all over now.
Yeah, it's not, the thing about the choices, both choices may be bad. Safety may not look good and shot may not look good, but, usually one of them's worse. I mean, just because you're shooting at a ball or you're playing safe in a situation doesn't mean it's a wonderful play. I mean, it may be all you got.
So Mal breaking right from the centre spot, centre on the kitchen line.
He lost the cue ball. Looks like it's going to be aerial. Yeah, this is a little tricky here, trying to get back on the 2 ball. You've got 2 blockers, you've got a potential scratch in the corner, and a lot of stuff could happen here.
Is he seriously looking to line up to get the edge of that one with a jump? Bearing in mind he's right over the 8.
Well, if he's going to jump it, he might be better out pushing to a little easier jump.
Yeah, he's chosen the push, so again, let's see what the decision is with the push shot.
I mean, in real life, I do this a lot where I've got a jump shot, but I want a better jump shot, and I push to another one. That's what he did. See, he didn't like that jump shot, so he pushed to a different one, and he'll probably get it back.
Oh, dear me.
He kicked at it.
Goodness me. Oh, that's got to hurt, though. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, there's nothing like crappy play and then getting lucky, because that was not a wise play. I'm not sure what he was doing on that push out if he wasn't pushing to a better jump shot.
Well, it's going to be the 4-8 combo, and this is going to be another rack that's going to leak away for Albinario. Mind you, he had no idea that was ever going to happen. Although, having said that, Mal's gone too far. Big stun onto the 8 ball, is it? And the cue, but the 4's running all up. Reverse back. Oh, and he's got a nice kiss and it's gone dead for him. Albinario still lives, albeit hanging on with his fingertips.
This rack's been insult to injury.
Well, good evening to Larry. I've just noticed
That's a good play there.
Larry's awake.
Well played. I mean, he left on the edge, but that was well played.
Well, that's an invitation to the bank.
He looks like he left him the bank shot.
Yep.
Yeah, that 7 ball wasn't a very big ball. If that ball was a few inches closer to the rail, it gets really big. But when it's sitting out away from the rail that far, it becomes a pretty small blocking ball.
Tell you what, this is not easy.
Yeah, all you have to do is make the ball.
Get the ball you're on, but you see, he's okay. I thought he was going to the knuckle there. He's okay. My eyes are worse. Well, you've got to look at the positive side.
That reminds me of something about, playing shape. And one of the things I've noticed a lot in both virtual pool and real pool is some people don't know the line the ball is taken off the cue ball, or they sort of know it, but they don't know it exactly. And if you really want to get good at playing shape, you need to know the natural line the ball wants to move off the object ball. So,
And you're
because
talking
that's
about,
your starting point and
yeah,
it's always easiest to let the cue ball roll on the natural line where it wants to go.
yeah.
So if you know what that is and you know where it's going, you've got the control on that natural shot. And if you need to tweak it a little, you know that. But when you're not quite sure where it's going, then you're just not going to play as good a shape as the guys that do.
Now that is a very good point you've made there, because I've watched guys, and you look at the line off the cue ball, and then you ask yourself the question, what do I have to do to this cue ball in order to get, to get it where it's going to go? And the natural line a lot of the time is going to be good enough, but there are guys who will do all sorts of things with the cue ball in an effort to get to somewhere when they never really needed to do it. That's another big fault with VP4 players.
Yeah, and it's like that in real life too. I've got friends in real life that they're good players. I mean, they're going to run out the rack if it's available, and um, they don't know where the cue ball's going. They have an idea, but they don't know the exact line, and
Look at
it's a
this.
big separation point. And I'm sure it's the same way on VP because I've seen it in here.
Now, how lucky is Mal there with that shot? He ends up right in the corner, the edge of the three showing, and he gets the cut, and he's going to probably bank. Is he going to play the cut or play safe or bank this? Reverse bank it.
Very well played. He's got a good safety.
I mean, look at the cut. Look at the cut in that ball.
He did the right thing with the cue ball. I mean, it was a well played shot. I mean, if you know where the cue ball's going, what he just did there is very possible. I mean, the biggest problem with that sort of cut shot on the 5 is you cut a little thin or a little thick, and the ball still goes in the pocket, but the cue ball's not going in that spot. I mean, to play good cue ball position, you've got to hit the ball into the pocket the way you intend. I mean, even though just because the ball goes in the pocket doesn't mean the cue ball is going to go where you want, because you might not hit it in the place in the pocket you're trying to.
Well, Mal is finding the pockets. He's on the hill.
Yeah, I mean, Mal is just way outplayed Albin in this match.
Well, that's the standard you guys that are watching have to step up to if you're going to take Mal down. And Mal finishes with a 9 in the break, and it's all over, folks. Mal wins by 19 racks to 11. And he's going to take some beating. Stubb's going to have to step up.
Is that who he plays next?
No, I'm just giving Stubb a warning. Let's have a look at the bracket. Well, we've got fantastic Mr. Fox is set up to play Cobra tomorrow night.
Yeah, that'll be good.
We have Interchange X with Mooncake. It's 14-13 to Interchange X. I'm going to drop into that in a minute. And that is all that is going on at the moment. Where's the result from that match? I can't find it. It's up top, isn't it? Right. Well, that's going to update in a second because I've got the timer set to a minute. So Mal is now through to play Mr. Bill, and Bill's going to have to be on his game. So it's going to be a tough match for Mal, but Mal's going to be the favourite in that one. Anyway, well, I don't know about you, Steve, but I'm going in to watch a bit more of this match.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go get some stuff done here. I got lots to do.
Yeah, you've got leagues to get sorted and get up and running, so we don't want to hold you back from that.
Yeah, and but I enjoyed doing it, and hopefully we'll do one or two more before this tournament's over.
Well, thanks for your company. It's been enjoyable. It wasn't so much a disaster I thought it was going to be. It actually worked out a lot better. So
yeah, Discord worked very well.
Yeah, it worked out fine. So, well, I'm sure all the guys will want to maybe watch this in the rerun, them that missed it. So, thank you for your company and take care, and I bid you good night and good luck with the
All
work.
right. All right. Thanks everybody
Right.
for watching, and I'm signing off.
Well, that actually wasn't too bad. The worst thing about, when you're not in the same room is, talking at the wrong time. You had one or two, but it wasn't that bad. But Mal is, let's put it this way, Mal can only get better. And that's bad news for everybody in the tournament. It's real bad news. But this match here, well, it's anybody's guess, but we're going to have a pretty good finish. I'm going to go with it all the way till the end, so I hope you guys can stay with us. It's only 25 to 10. I was here till 11 o'clock last night, or whenever it was, so. And then I've only got one shift tomorrow and I'm off for a week and I don't care. That's an excellent jump. And, well, do you seriously take the 4 on and, obviously get the 5 and the 6? It all hinges on getting that breakout in the 7. Yeah, Stubb won't admit that. Oh dear. But like I say, Mal's probably going to come out of that match and say he didn't play that good. He's going to be self-critical and say he didn't play that well. Tell him to go on the stream. Somebody send him a message and get him into this stream. He's just walked into the room, so unless he's having a quick look before he goes to bed, but we need to get him. We need to get him into YouTube. Well, he's got himself onto the board. I would think. We'll need to update that and have a look. We'll have a look at the stats at the end of this match. Well, that 7 and 8 are a dead set combo now, so there's nothing to do with the cue ball other than get behind the 7. That is going in. That is going in every day of the week. That's never missing. Now, he needs to make sure, Interchange X, that he just comes back off this slightly. He doesn't want to end up getting really tight. You see, that's a bit fiddly now. Is anybody giving Mal an invite? Or is he not interested? Because Mal might want to watch the rerun of this once it's over so he can hear what Steve has to say. I'm sure Albinario does as well. Has Albinario gone to bed? Anyway, Interchange X. Oh dear, he's scratching the brake. Well, that's a lifeline for Mooncake. Interchange X with a 2-rack lead and a vital time. Well, good evening, Albie. I don't know whether you were aware, but Steve was in the commentary box with me. There's Mal there as well. And Steve, at the end of the match, once the stream's all finished, you might want to go and have a look at your match and just listen to what Steve was saying. It was Steve, as I said, it was Steve's idea that he wanted to do a bit of commentary, so he was more than welcome. And he chose your match to do it on. Well played, Mal, you're looking good. Don't say you played garbage, because we all watched it. Very, very solid. And well, there's a combo in a 9 for Mooncake. And it's going to be a tough ask for whoever's going to stay with Mal in the race to 19. There was a wee bit of constructive criticism, not from me, maybe something to take on board from Steve. For both of you guys, it's worth listening to him. He's working on getting the league system up and running for VP4. One thing that Steve was talking about was the brake. And one thing I was talking about was the brake. Like Albinario was braking from the left side, and I always feel that you can get heavy brakes from the left side where the balls just die on you. Albinario had like one like that, but he persisted in the left side, and then the balls were splitting all over the place. So Steve's looking at possibly adjusting the rack. You know, he's talking about it to maybe change the parameters of the rack slightly. But this match, we don't know how it's going to go. But we do have at least one match tomorrow night, which is that one in the bracket with Mr. Fox and who was it? Cobra. That's set for tomorrow night at 6 PM. I'll be there for that. I hope you can join us. And Interchange X looking to just fend off Mooncake here. And Interchange X is a more than capable player, although I think for most of us on this side of the Atlantic, you're not going to get to see him very much because he's on. If he is on, he's on late at night our time, and he's on US time. But it's now a 2-rack lead for Interchange X with the brake. Well, you know you're now the hot favourite, Mal. So there's more pressure on you. You notice Mal never mentioned your name stub in that little sentence there. Mal doesn't see you as a threat stub. He never even mentioned you. There you go. Oh dear. Oh, Mooncake's blown it on that one. Oh, my Stubb played very well last night in Friday Night 9-ball. I have to, give him credit where it's due. He was very solid all night and thoroughly deserved to win it. Meanwhile, Interchange X got himself in a spot of bother. Can maybe see a feather edge of the 3-ball and needs to miss the 9, which he has done. And that's ended up not a bad safety. I like Interchange X's comment. It takes a lot of skill to break this poorly. Anyway, good luck in the rest of the tournament, Albie. I'm sure you're still going to be up for the fight if you're still there. And let's have a look. Let's have a quick look to see who's lined up to play who here. Well, Bill's playing Mal. That'll be a tough game. And where's Albinario ended up? If somebody can see him on this bracket, please tell me. He must be down the bottom side. Where the hell? There he is. Albinario is in there. Well, he's going to have a long wait for his next match. Let's put it that way. Well, that 2-rack gap for Interchange X. Just enough to heap even more pressure on Mooncake to deliver should he get a chance. And he still might get a chance yet in this rack. Because the 8-ball ain't doing anything. There's nothing set. And he's looking for the breakout here. And he's a bit straight. He's going to have to spin it. He's got the touch. Oh, he's going to have to tweak this cue ball just to hold it across the table for the 9. Lots of inside. And there we go. It's all too easy. And he's now got the comfort zone. Well, that match, I mean, they've got quite a few days before they have to play it, but you know, as long as I know when it's on and it's at a time that I can be there, there won't be a problem. I know Mal doesn't want to play a match at 3 o'clock in the morning, because obviously there's a big time difference in the time zones between the two guys, so it's more likely going to be late morning, early afternoon or something like that for Bill. And I wouldn't imagine Mal likes playing matches at midnight either. Well, is this too big of a hill to climb for Mooncake? Well, not yet. I mean, he's not got many racks to play with. That's the biggest problem. Well, next Saturday is the start of the World Professional Snooker Championships. And I'll be watching that. Oh, that's well, that could have been nastier. I think you can just chip an edge of that one ball. You can just maybe chip an edge. That's maybe a foul. No, it wasn't. He got it clean. Touch and go, whether it was a good hit. Well, if it's next Saturday, that is perfectly okay, guys. Whatever time suits you, you know, that'll suit me fine. Because I'm off. I don't go back to work until the Monday, a week on Monday. So, as long as I see it on the bracket, I'll be good to go for that. Well, this is going to be, I think, as the saying goes, the straw that broke the camel's back. I think it's too much now. Interchange X is going to be one away, unless there's an almighty disaster. Well, the one thing that Steve said about that was, you know, it's never a good idea to go forward with the cue ball in the break. You should be trying to park it, you know, somewhere near the middle of the table. He made a good point about it, though. He made a valid point, because when you're breaking and those balls go around the angles and the corners, they cross the table, and if you park it right in front and you don't get it back off the pack, you've got a strong chance of a ball running around those corners and coming across and kicking the cue ball into a middle pocket. It was a valid point. I could see where he was coming from with that idea. Well, this will be the comeback of the tournament. Not that we've had any so far that I can recall, but this will be it right now. If Mooncake can get out of this hole. And this is the first big test. This combo on the 3-8 to survive and stay at the table. Because every shot has the potential to be your last shot. And thank God, touch wood. Well, that was a bit dicey, but thank God the PC is held up. I just think it's a miracle that I've done Friday Night 9-ball. It's been on all day and all night, the PC, and I'm still here. I don't know what's going on. Oh, goodness me, is that going to get there? Is it going to get there? Oh. Well, I think he was holding his breath there with that shot. This is a wee fiddly one as well. He's way too much wrong angle in this 6. And it's going to be the dicey cut. Well, in it goes, and it's 1 back. Eight ball gets kicked in off the cue ball, couple of balls into the right middle, and a 1-9 combo to end the rack. How about that? That's the sort of racks you want. A fairly well, this isn't that difficult, he says, not being at the table and just looking down the line of the cue. It's much easier in the commentary chair, so it is, I'll tell you. Well, I think the main problem with that is he banged it too hard. And that may well be his last shot. Right there. Well, before you guys run out, let's have a look at the bracket once, not the bracket, the stats once this is finished. Because I don't know whether Mal knows, because Mal's not here very often, but I've put up $1,000 for the racks run competition that I'm doing. It's not racks ran in a row, it's just total racks run over the tournament, and whoever finishes top will get $1,000 added to whatever winnings they get in the tournament. We'll have a look at that statistic. So Mal is on the board. Whether he's done enough to get into that top 10, I don't know, but we'll soon find out. I don't know how Albinario did. I suspect not a great deal of improvement in Albinario's total, but we will see. Oh, that'll do. That is a get out of jail there for Mooncake. And he is clinging on for dear life here. He is hanging on by a fingernail. In goes the 8, and the brake's working now. How is he for a shot? If that 9 gets out of the way, he's looking not bad. Look at the 9. Well, this could be night and day in terms of how this match is going to turn out. Because if he gets this 1 and can get up the table and see the 3, which he can do, he's going to have a 5-9. And in the blink of an eye, he's going to be within touching distance. I'm getting excited here, folks. Steve went away at the wrong bloody time. Oh, what's he done here? What has he done here? Well, He's on the 5. That's what he's done. I thought he'd gone pear-shaped there. I thought he had gone right on the 5. But he's looking at the line of it. Yeah, that's right. Albie's played 2 matches. And of course, Mal had a forfeit in that first match, which is not fair to Mal, but that's the way it works. Well, you missed Steve. He was in the commentary box with me, Slim, so you can watch the full rerun when you get time once the stream's over. This match is getting very exciting. Steve Chaplin joined the commentary box, and it worked reasonably well. Much better than I thought it would, I have to say. Oh, what a shot. And it's... Well, all he needs is a ball and a shot. Again. Just a ball and a shot. And we're on for a final rack showdown. Well, the 5's gone in, and he hasn't got a shot. No, Steve had a lot of good input, because obviously he's a player, which is a big difference. And he made quite a lot of valid points. Yeah, he was on Discord, yeah, and it all worked fine. I mean, I did a test last night with Semi-Pro just to make sure that, that Semi-Pro or Steve's audio was going to come through it okay, and it all worked fine. Not a problem. But like I say, guys, I can assure you I never hounded Steve down to drag him into Discord. It was Steve's own idea. He contacted me yesterday that he thought it'd be a good idea to maybe do a bit of commentary and see how it worked, and he was more than welcome to join, as is anybody else. But there's not many volunteers, it has to be said, in the VP4 lobby. Well, there's a kick. Oh dear. Well, that is unlucky. And the 3 ball goes, and the 4 ball goes, and Interchange X is his nerve going to hold to get this match done and dusted. I bet this would have been a good match to watch as well. Just a pity it was on at the same time. Because these guys are just, 4 minutes short of 2 hours. Oh, goodness me. Interchange X trying to get that cue ball around and out for the 7. Well, he's overdone it, to be honest with you, because he only needed to just get past the 9. And Mooncake has been given another life. Yeah, I've got my... there's the VP4 channel, Mal, but I've got my own server set up, so it's a commentary box just for 2 people. It's private, so unless you're invited in, you can't get in. It just keeps, it keeps every man and his dog just from coming online, seeing that you're in there and everybody jumping in. But anyway, this is going to end up doing my nerves in for the night here, I'll tell you. I did not want this at this time of night before I go to bed, because my head's going to be buzzing for the next hour and a half trying to get to sleep. We are on the hill all the way, and Mooncake again hoping for a ball, and this time, oh, look at the way these balls are sitting. I mean, this is a pressure situation for Interchange X. He saw that rack go away there on that. What ball was it he hung? Was it the 6? It doesn't matter. He's going to have to hold his nerves now. Big test of the nerves. Now he's going to have to get a hold of this cue ball. You see the cue ball's now running loose. And that's the problem. Once you get out of that line and you don't have that full control, you're having to run. Now what's his choice here? He's got to go up and down, but he's got to make sure he finds that gap to the 5. And that 6 ball's in the way. He's got to avoid that as well. He's avoided the 6, but has he got the length on the shot? He's way short. Well, this is what you call a bedhead cut for anybody who doesn't know. And this is also a Mal cut that Mal pulled out in that match earlier on tonight. But this is a big, big ask. And he's missed it on the way up. And he's left it on. But again, it is awkward because you've got to take evasive action here to avoid a scratch. And you have to do that with a bit of pace. And Mooncake's going to have to drag this off the 5. Look at the angle. He's going to have to try and drag it off the 5 and still leave a cut in this 6, I think. I don't know how good he can get a hold of it because it's thin. And this is a tricky one. In fact, it's probably far too thin. Now let's see if he gets it dug in. Or if he's just going to let it run plain ball. He's taking the risk. But you see he's overcut it doing that. Well, it's perfectly safe because Interchange X can't do any combo in the 9 because he's going to scratch. That's obvious. Does he want to take the risk and kick it in? Yes, he does. Oh, that looks nice. That is beautiful. But again, he's going to have to pull another good one. Well, this will be a good way to win the match for him. It'll settle his nerves. Having to dig out that kick and the pot and the 5. But this is a real test. And he's got it. Well, where can this go wrong now? He's surely just got to get himself top side of the 8 or, you know, not try and be cute. Got to get up the table surely. He can't be trying to baby this in and just stay below it. Yeah, he's doing the right thing, but he needs to get there. Well, there's not a problem with this shot. You pot the ball and the cue ball is doing the rest for you. Well, what an effort by Mooncake. A fantastic effort to take it all the way. But Interchange X survives. Well, this has been the match of the tournament, believe it or not. I think it must have been because we've only seen the last 10 racks or so, but it's a great result for Interchange X and very unlucky for Mooncake. But Interchange X goes through. So before you all run away, let's just see how that shapes up. That match will refresh and update in a second or two. And Interchange X is through to play Stubb. And Stubb better get his practicing boots on. We'll now go and have a look at the stats and see how that affects things. But the one I'm interested in is the break stats. Sorry, not the bloody break stats. What one is it I'm interested in? The racks run stat. That's the one I'm interested in. Now we can see that Tommy U's still in the lead. Cirrus is still second along with Larry and Stubb. Hairpig's on 11, Cobra's on 11, Albinario's up to 10. Bedhead's there on 8 along with Mooncake, MC Clarkey. And then you've got Mr. Fox, Spectre Dawn, Mal are all on 7. So they're clustering up there, guys. There's a chance for everybody there to win an extra $1,000 V. So, with that, one final reminder before you run out is the match tomorrow night, in case you've been a late arrival. We have one match that is going to be scheduled, and that is Mr. Fox against Cobra tomorrow night at 6 p.m. British Summer Time. Be there for that. If you can't be there, it'll be on YouTube. You can always go and watch it at a later date. So I'm going to bid you good night. Thanks for Steve's company. I hope you enjoyed it. It seemed to work okay. And I hope you can join us for more of these live streams. And I will bid you good night. Take care. Stay safe. And we will see you again soon, guys.